What's up, Milk? How's it going? I'm on the test server for this game. I don't know if you can see it on stream, but it's in like 20 FPS because of the amount of enemies that spawn. It's ridiculous. Have to wake up and poo. I like can't even loot the loot because it's so laggy. Yes, I need a new PC. I'm actually curious if it's possible to even have like good FPS on any setup in this area. This is crazy. There's too many effects going off. It was like tons of electric and then the rain and then the wind and all this crap. It looks pretty sick though. Basically they expanded from like where this bear is all the way down like free content. Do you own this game or did you just try it? I know a lot of people refunded it pretty quickly. What is that sound? It's free on Prime. Wait, the game is free through Prime Gaming? I need to tell Poo Chunk that. What the heck? I don't know if she'll play it, but at least she can claim it. Poo Deluxe. Isn't there supposed to be like a head helmet? Button not work. Maybe we're not allowed in there yet. Why is there a level 3 on the test server, bro? What are you looking to achieve here? Got him. He doesn't even know what he's doing at all. He's just like, I'm here and I have a... here to play golf. See what he does. Could just be exploring, obviously. True, he was mid golf game, walked out, and he's like, what's going on here? Funny. Me too, it's extremely loud. I'm gonna restart my game because it's like, it's bugging out. Let's try and put it back in the screen. That's funny. Every time you yawn, just scream. Wait, yeah, Fallout 76 is free for Amazon Prime members. I need to send this to Poo Chunk. Oh, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I had some. So today I had 2 pieces of thin cut cross rib steak. You know, like 2 little pieces. They were really good. I had 2 eggs, and then I had a bowl of fruit with some honey on it and salt. That's about it, though. Other than that, it's kept me full so far for 6 hours, which, you know, doesn't seem like much, but dude, before I would just eat, like, I swear, like, anytime I would get up, I would be just, like, thinking of eating and, like, be hungry, basically. Like, 8-10 times a day, I'd be getting something to eat. That's just too much. So now I'm to the point where, like, I'm kind of, like, almost constantly fasting. Not really, though, but it's just, you know, I eat a few times and then fasting in between, except for it's not, like, painful. Because, like, when I would fast before, I would hate it. Like, I could not stand it, but now it's, like, so much more manageable. Like, I don't really have to try as hard. Ate 2 bowls of cereal? That's so funny.
Fallout 76 is free on Amazon Prime Gaming. Whoa, okay. Woohoo. Okay, did I do more? 14? Okay, okay.
Hello, Kyla. How are
I'm
you?
really good, Prod. Really good. How are you?
Time to dig up some gold. Finally good fight. Nui for Nui. Can't we do the blah 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 after? I'm ready now. Introducing your champion.
Looks like I pulled a fast
I
one
bet
on you,
that's
amigo.
a good spot. Woman's intuition.
What kind of cereal was it?
Mira, we should check that out. Oops, over there looks full.
Oh no.
Faster, faster, faster.
I can't.
That's an enemy shield. Enemy down.
Throw the thermite. Recharging the shield, Cuzzy.
Reloading. Took care of that one.
Bless.
Yeah, nah, healing.
Jump drive in position.
Crack that egg shield.
Reloading. Down that one. Charging on my shield.
Healing up. Got a good average, eh?
Recharging my shield. We're already in the next ring. Good.
I heard that it didn't really follow the lore like that.
Kill leader for This is our squad.
Healing. I don't know. Everything is car-pipe. You
No.
fellas know the drill.
Okay.
Getting shot
That's
at.
good.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Not safe. Pick me up later.
He put
Brave milk chocolate? Nice.
Oh my.
Crack that egg shield. Boy,
No. Oh my gosh. Who the heck are you?
oh, this blood shield's making me
Who
nervous.
the heck? Brother Davis? What is happening? Where did you think? Yeah, that was crunchy, crispy.
Wait, what? Yeah, let me go. I can't even remember what.
Beanie is now laying on my mouse pad.
Yes, I can't remember where this
Very
freaking
cozy. Oh, don't.
below West Virginia. I'm pretty sure it's
Trap Lord Gandhi?
yeah, it is. I was just making sure I couldn't remember.
We're going to do beautiful things together.
Okay, I believe.
I suppose we
Dude, the insane amount of misinformation on Twitter right now is absolutely crazy. It's actually really cringe, and they need to start making like absolute false reporting, like and misinformation spreading. They gotta like they need to somehow everywhere needs to somehow like fix that issue. I don't know how you could fix that issue though. Sounds good, Milk. You got this.
Champions out. How the mighty have fallen. Cracked an enemy's shield. Reloading.
Reload all those spam bots are down for a kill.
Yay.
Heard the dot. Having a new kill leader? Wow! That makes me a little.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We're already inside the next ring. There'd better be some good loot around here. Shields recharging.
Okay, we survived the first wave.
Backpack here. Level 2. Laser sight here. Level 1. Energy ammo here.
Extra treasures here. You're welcome. Backpack here. Level 2.
Sniper stock here.
Yo, I know a
Extended
fellow
light mag here.
streamer in this match. We have to molly.
Jump drive set. They're shooting at me.
Broken enemy shield.
We gotta go
Amp cover for
crazy.
ya, mates.
We can't die.
He said what?
Taking fire. Reloading.
Going up there by
Freshening
himself.
up with the feet. We're already in the next ring. Half the squad are gone. Good. More treasure for me.
Reloading.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Got a care package coming in.
Naughty there. This could get interesting. Jump drive in position. Spotted what we science folk call a baddie. Watch out, dears. Baddie nearby. And we're shooting.
Putting up some amp cover.
Pick me up deployed. Unleashing my singularity. Frag grenade.
guy is level 4,000. Alright, I'm actually just gonna go to the main server. The test server is very, very laggy. Dang it, I'm on the wrong character. Your back just spreads some misinformation. Nice, bro. This is so funny. Dude, I can't believe that this game's free on Prime. It's actually crazy. Thanks for telling me. I just posted it on, Oh wait, I just saw what you said. Poo. What is my loadout? I don't even craft. I have a feeling you're trolling, but it wouldn't surprise me. But you only get grass-fed. I don't think, that's a thing over here, bro. Wait, is that because they're feeding the fish the cattle? And then the fish poo out the mercury, and then they collect the poo and then feed it back to the cattles that they fed to the fish? setup makes a lot more sense. I don't know what I had going on. True. True. Wait, that's actually what it means, bro. You debunked it all. We need to contact somebody now. Right now. Game over, bro. smell poo. Yeah, bro, didn't you hear that if you cover yourself in poo, it makes you invincible? Because everybody on there smells like poo. Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. I hate sitting next to people on the bus. On any bus or airplane, it's just the worst thing ever. Wonder I can't carry anything, bro. What is it? The diaper deluxe. Need preserved. No, there's not a preserved pie in there, bro. Somebody got it. I'm angry now. Just turn up the audio all the way on your phone and I'll just sit here and talk about poo and then nobody will sit next to you. Yeah, that makes sense. So like I haven't been on a bus in forever, thankfully, but back when I was like, I remember I would wear like a big coat too, and then I would get like annoyed because I couldn't take it off basically because like if someone sits next to you, then you can't really just like, there's not enough room basically. And I'd get angry and then poo all over the windows. Wait a minute. So, do people wait? They have shared buses like that? Very surprising, honestly. Wow, what? Oh, interesting. Yeah, so here they have like a bunch of buses for the schools and nobody can get on them. And then also the people that, I mean, obviously people that go to school can like, choose any way to get there as they want, but usually they just take the bus. But yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It definitely sounds like an American thing for. Am I able to change my character? I need to make my character old as possible. And then I'm just gonna scream at people. My old man voice. I don't think any of them. I don't think you can. Oh no, it's like this. Do it, Milk, you got this. Maybe I don't do that. I didn't even know they had this much customization in this game because it's so hard to even begin to. I'm gonna swap servers. This one doesn't have anybody doing it. They need to somehow make this game a mega server where they have everybody in the same server, even though I don't know how that would be possible. I guess somehow similar to Elder Scrolls Online, but I feel like it would just be too much lag. This game. Old man voice ranting about food. Yeah, be like, don't touch that. That has a radiation. Can't eat that. Pretty cool though in this game. You can get like mutations that like make you jump higher and stuff. Look, it's a pile of poo. Another pile of poo. Milk, did you ever hear the story Bastel told when he said that he saw a purse on the side of the road and went to open it and it was just filled with cow poo? Ask him to tell you the story about the purse. Imagine literally opening a purse and then there's just cow poo in it. Like, why? How did cow poo get in there? That's an American thing, definitely. Yeah, bro, eating cow poo is healthy, didn't you hear? Dude, it never does. Neither does the autoplay, it just like stops. Are you serious? That sounds terrible. That sounds tilting. What?
We really need to clean up around here.
Bro, what do you mean we need to clean up a... Dude, that sounds terrible, actually. Do people listen that to just be mad or what?
Scorched to the ferals don't get you. Rads will. Gotta keep a tab on raider whereabouts.
Are you serious? That's a nightmare, Milk.
Oh, I'm sore all over. Building this place up is hard work.
Is it? Is it really hard work? Just realized I still have like no ammo. I have to wait for an event and then go to the event and then everyone will kill stuff and then I just take the... I forgot, I lost, well, I used and lost all of my ammo on my main account and then just never went back and did anything about it. It ironically smells like poo in the bus. Dude, American buses always smell like poo, bro. To find better graphic settings for this game. As the default like color scheme is just not the best. Not terrible, but it seems like way too like bright and like vibrant. Setting is my monitor on? Is on... It's on sRGB now, but I can't turn down the brightness. What? Why can I not change my brightness on sRGB? That makes no sense. I'm gonna get angry. Now it's fixed. Now I can mess with light desaturation. Dude, someone just floored it, bro. Like 2 a.m. and they're just squealing tires, flooring it as fast as they can. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. What's up, Mason? What's up, friend? How's it going? It's funny. heck? Get out of here. be right back.
it honestly shouldn't have, but I mean, looking back now, it shouldn't have. But at the time, I don't know. It was like uncomfortable, especially hearing like so many news stories of people in power and using church and religion to abuse people and control them, and I just am not for that at all. And so I never really even thought, I'm like, oh, I can just have a relationship with him by myself, you know? I don't know why I never thought about that, but I'm really happy that I'm here now.
Yeah, nah, healing.
Yeah.
I
Aw.
found a little something extra.
There are a lot of lovely people out there. There really are. It's just like, you know, oh my gosh, baby. It's just the bad really is so powerful that it can seem to outweigh the good sometimes.
Ain't shooting at me.
Oh,
Gotta drill some sense into yous.
Don't drive out.
oh my gosh, my teammates are so far.
Echo's picked a sweet angle. Moving.
Wait, no they're not.
Using a Phoenix kit.
I just couldn't see them because of the low balls. Yeah, I've been really, you know, Joel Osteen is actually the person who like brought me back to Christ. Oi!
Charging my shields,
I really like his church. People have a lot to say about him, but I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Whatever
Shatter the praying shield.
speaks to you and speaks to your adventure in life.
Reloading. Whole squad down. And the herd gets thinner.
Half the squad's still alive. It's monarchy on the Salvonian way.
So want peace and love.
Healing up.
Yeah. I wish you peace and love as well. And what I've learned is Jesus is the embodiment of love.
Healing up.
And that's a very comforting thing too. Dude, I like, so growing up, my dad would play him every Sunday. And I found one of his books in the thrift store. And so I actually read it on stream. It's called It's Your Time by Joel Osteen. You know, here, after this game, let me just flip to a page, a random page, and see what Joel has to say to us. It's a lot of, I think a lot of people get angry with him because he doesn't necessarily preach scripture. He does pull from scripture, but he preaches like a lot of positivity, and I think that people get annoyed because they want him to like, I don't really know. I don't know. I think that what he says has a lot of validity and it's very positive, and it made me feel really good and brought me closer to Christ. So like honestly, I don't know. I don't think that that's bad at all. And I think it's quite ironic that these, because they are like Christians, and so they're judging him, but we have no place to judge. Oh my gosh! You killed myself. Oh my gosh.
Shatter the praying shield. Recharging shield.
Well, the thing is, the only person who knows what's in our heart is God. So, who are we to say that? You know what I mean? You can think, of course, whatever you want, but I don't think it does anybody any good.
Shatter the praying shield.
Did you see him?
Yeah. I definitely understand that. I definitely understand that. Okay, so It's Your Time by Joel Osteen. Let's see what he has to say. Okay. So, oh yes, I love this. All right. Abraham and his nephew Lot moved with all their family and all their flocks and herds to a new land. They soon realized that the land they settled was not fertile enough to support both their families with crops. Abraham, being the bigger person, told Lot, "You choose where you want to live, and I'll go in a different direction." Lot chose the best part of the land. He chose an area of lush, green pastures, beautiful ponds, rolling hills. It looked like a postcard. Abraham was left with barren desert, rocks and sand, dry and desolate. I'm sure at first Abraham was tempted to think, "Man, if I can just survive out here, God, how will I make it? There's not enough water, not enough supplies. How will this ever work out?" Abraham understood this principle. He knew as long as he was being his best, as long as he was honoring God, then wherever he went, the blessing of God went. He knew that even though he was in the desert, even though there were not enough supplies in the natural, God could still lead him to prosper, not just to survive, but to have more than enough. It wasn't long before that desert around Abraham turned into an oasis. His crops and his herds multiplied so much, the scripture says that Abraham became the wealthiest man in the East. Meanwhile, Lot was not walking in God's ways. He did not have God's favor. His land began to dry up. Abraham had to rescue Lot and his family. The story of Abraham and Lot tells me that when people do us wrong, when someone cheats you out of a promotion, someone plays politics to get the position you should have, don't worry about it. Where you are is where the blessing will be. You can be stranded on a desert, remote island, but you will be blessed because when you arrived, the blessing arrived too. I love that. When you arrived, the blessing arrived too. Amazing. No, it is true. The devil is here to kill, steal, and destroy. And there's good news. There's good news. Yeah. Alright, one more. Oh, that's so cute. You don't realize it, but you can't die yet. You have too much left in you. You have too much potential. God will not allow your gifts to be wasted. You might as well put up that rocking chair. It's not time to retire. It's time to refire. Get ready. God will give you new opportunities and more time to share your gifts with the world. Yes. But the Bible also says it's not what is outside us that defiles us. It's what comes out of us that defiles us. 1,000 may fall at your side and 10,000 at your right hand, but none will come near you.
I never did it again. So that's like discipline. You know, that in itself, like, there's another Bible verse that says, train up a child in the way they should go, and when they are old, they will not depart from it. And that in itself also states, like, if you get disciplined younger, at a younger age, me growing up, I always tend to go to that viewpoint, go to that way of like, okay, I need to do this right. I need to make sure I'm doing this right properly. Because my dad spanked the crap out of me and like taught me what was right. Instead of letting me just do my own thing, and then me growing up and being rebellious in a way. Okay. So discipline your children, for in there is hope. For in that there is hope. Do not be a willing party to their death. A hot-tempered person must pay the penalty. Rescue them, and you will have to do it again. Listen to advice and accept discipline. And at the end, you will be counted among the wise. Bro, listen to advice. We have 2 ears more than and 1 mouth. Should hear more than we speak. Listen to advice and accept discipline. Accept when you're wrong. Accept correction. And at the end, you will be counted among the wise. But let no one pass judgment on you in questions of food and drink, or with regard to a festival, or a new moon, or a Sabbath. I think this is talking about with regards to a festival. What's up, Shot? Good morning. Or like the Sabbath, you know, keeping the Sabbath holy. Nah, bro, just everyday type of thing, Tuck. It says, with regards to a festival, or a new moon, or a Sabbath. I don't judge you, brother. I love you, Pokes. Okay, listen, alright, number 20. Listen to advice and accept discipline, and at the end you will be counted among the wise. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it's the Lord's purpose that prevails. That's a big one. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it's the Lord's purpose that prevails. I think like that in itself is such a massive verse, because everyone, even myself, tend to think that we have our own plans and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and regardless, even if you believe or you don't believe, at the end of the day, it's not your plan. Like, God already has a whole purpose, a plan ordained for you and written out, and that is what's going to happen. I mean, you can think that you're gonna do this, but I guarantee it's not gonna be what you think it is. Or you might go to it and you might like what you see or do, and then later on it's like, oh, that's a stumbling block where I messed up, and then your whole path changes. But that's, I believe, is in the whole plan of God, which is really cool. Many are the plans in a person's heart. I have a lot of plans, but it's the Lord's purpose that prevails. What a person desires is unfailing love. Better to be poor than a liar. What a person desires is unfailing love. Better to be poor than a liar. The fear of the Lord leads to life. The one rests content, untouched by trouble. That's so big. Listen to this. I could preach on this all day. The fear of the Lord leads to life. That in itself, I mean, mine is trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean on your understanding, in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your paths. That's what we just read over there. And I want to know what y'all think, what the fear of the Lord means to you, if you can describe it in one sentence. Ooh. Okay. Friday is a festival, no? True. Friday is a festival. Yeah, you gotta have, I don't have Prime, I don't think. Maybe I do? Right now, guess what I'm downloading? I'm downloading EFT. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna play it though. I'm gonna play with my buddy Asger. I've been wanting to play with it. We both wanted to play with each other, but we haven't found a game that we've been played. But a long time ago, we played EFT together, and we were absolute monsters. I think it might be a little cool to do that with him. I haven't played with him in a while. The fear of the Lord leads to life. Then one rests content, untouched by trouble. Look at that. The fear, to me, right? The fear of the Lord leads to life. I think the reason I read this book is because I don't fear the Lord like I look at someone, I'm like, man, he's too big, he's gonna knock me out type of fear, right? Or he's gonna hurt me type of fear. I feel like when I say the fear of the Lord is my heart wants to know more of God so much that I'm fearful that I might mess up or I might do something that causes God to be shameful. And I think that in itself is what it's meaning leads to life. And when you have all in your heart of just making sure you want to please the Lord and doing what is right and just and wanting to learn to know him more and more, you grow. I feel like that comes with so much rest, so much peace, so much joy. And I think that's what it means by being untouched by trouble. I'm not saying I'm not going to go through life not having troubles and not go through adversity and stuff like that. But I know with me having my walk with God for many, many years, when I seek his face and try to learn him more and more, and I don't do this like, dude, when I first became a Christian, bro, I was so on fire. I did preaching, I did evangelism, I went out the streets, I did so many things because I was just so on fire for God. And I feel like now I'm at that stage again, but in a more mature state. And because I'm in this reverence and wanting to know him more, I feel like in the past month everything's been so much more peaceful. I feel like I'm me again. I feel like I'm joyful. I feel like I'm at rest. I think that is such a huge verse. So yeah, Proverbs 19 verse 23. I want to write it down. I want to check this out. Boom. These are crazy amounts of cheaters nowadays. Oh, I bet they are. Oh, I know. I remember back in the day when I used to play, we did labs all the time. We'd get like red card, green card, violet card. And every time like we'd go through red room, there'd be someone camping in there, or I'd come out and people would just be shooting through walls at me. I'm like, and I die. Or I just like peep boom dead. It was awful. I enjoyed it and it was fun to get the loot and kill people, but I think there was a lot of cheaters. And I think there's gonna be a lot more cheaters today too, if I play today. Because you haven't played EFT yet. Probably too. A sluggard buries his hand in the dishes. He will not even bring it back to his mouth. A sluggard buries his hand in the dish. He will not even bring it back to his mouth. Sluggard. Let's look what a sluggard is. Sluggard. Listen.
Sluggard.
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 Sluggard. A lazy, sluggish person. Someone that's lazy. Flog a mocker, and the simple will learn prudence. Rebuke the discerning, and they will gain knowledge. Flog a mocker, and the simple will learn prudence. I think prudence was the word that meant
prudence.
the quality of being prudent, cautiousness. We need to exercise prudence in such important manners.
Prudence.
Be cautious.
Prudence.
Write that in the Bible. Sorry, learn. Because there's a lot of those words, or not a lot of those words. Yeah, a lot of these words are the kind of, a lot of these verses. So, cautiousness. Be prudent. Whoever robs their father and drives out their mother is a child who brings shame and disgrace. That's awful. Bro, I feel bad. Dude, I feel bad thinking about this, but that reminds me of my sister, one of my sisters. Yeah. Very very bad. Stop listening to instruction, my son, and you will stray from the words of knowledge. There's a banger right there. Stop listening to what is right instructions. You will stray from the words of knowledge. I mean, that's common. I mean, that's like... I'm blanks right now. A corrupt witness mocks at justice, and the mouth of the wicked gulps down evil. Penalties are prepared for mockers, and beatings for the backs of fools. Penalties are prepared for mockers, and beatings for the backs of fools. Well, that was Proverbs 19. Oh no, I don't remember where I was at in Ecclesiastes or Ezekiel. It was closer to like chapter 8. Oh, I do remember. Where's it at? Yeah, here we go. I read 25 yesterday. Alright. Ezekiel 26. Ezekiel, if you don't know, is a prophet. And he was Ezekiel, yeah, another prophet that is going up against, is prophesying from God, having visions of Jerusalem and the Assyrians and Cimmerians, and telling them, hey, this is not what y'all are disobeying and consecrating the Lord's temple, and this is the punishment that the Lord is going to give to you. And he prophesies to them about what will happen. And in chapter 26, a prophecy against Tyre. I'm assuming Tyre is another city somewhere. Let's look. Where was Tyre? Tyre is listed among an alliance of 10 nations that would conspire against God's people. Tyre is mentioned in the book of Isaiah as being forgotten for 70 years when her fortress is destroyed, and after which her prophet and her prostitutes' wage will be scared to the Lord. Or her prostitutes? In Isaiah, this is Isaiah. This is before Ezekiel. Tyre is mentioned in the book of Isaiah being forgotten 70 years before, and after her prophets and prostitution wages against the Lord. Okay. So prophecy against Tyre. In the 11th month of the 12th year of the first day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, because Tyre has said of Jerusalem, the gate to the nations is broken, and its doors have swung open to me. Now that she lies in ruins, I will prosper. Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says. I am against you, Tyre, and I will bring my nations against you. Like the sea casting up its waves, they would destroy the wall of Tyre and pull down her towers. I will scrape away her rubble and make her a bare rock. Out in the sea she will become a place of spread fishnets. For I have spoken, declares the sovereign Lord. She will become plunder for the nations, and her settlements on the mainland will be ravaged by the sword. Then they will know that I am the Lord. For this is what the sovereign Lord says from the north I am going to bring against Tyre Nebuchadnezzar. Ooh, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, king of kings, with horses and chariots, with horsemen and a great army. He will ravage your settlements on the mainland with the sword. So it's crazy that we just read in Isaiah, he was telling that Tyre was forgotten and was decimated and was destroyed. And in Ezekiel is prophesying that this is going to happen. And I don't know how many years before this,
hand of the sea. So he was storing up abundance for the 7 years of plenty, to prepare for the 7 years of famine. This is Genesis 41, 48 through 54. And this is
Is the hip hop
the
in me?
season
Let's
that
keep
we are
going. Let's keep
in.
going.
We are in the year of abundance, okay? We're also in a season of plenty where God is still transferring the wealth. He's still giving us creative ideas. He's still shifting us from world systems into the kingdom so that we can do what it is that he's showing us to do to prepare for the tumultuous times ahead.
Ooh.
Come on, Holy Spirit. And so then I received a rainbow.
Ezra, huh? Whoa, there are some train horns going crazy right now. Very cool.
Word as God was.
I think it's really interesting. So I think that Ezra is like one of the books that are in the Apocrypha as well. Not that one, but yeah, very cool.
Opening up that logo and showing me that that was
Shesh Bazaar. Shesh. The prince of Judah, into whose hands Cyrus put the vessels of the house of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had brought forth out of Jerusalem and had put in the house of his gods. Oh, you think so? I actually just put it on my channel today. One of our friends came in. New friends came in earlier in.
Then all the princes of the coast will step down from their thrones and lay aside their robes and take off their embroidered garments. Clothed with her terror, they will sit on the ground, trembling every moment appealed at you. Then they will take up the laminate concerning you and say to you, how you are destroyed, city of renowned people by men of the sea. You were a power on the sea, you and your citizens. You put your terror on all who lived there. Now the coastland tremble. On the day of your fall, the island in the sea are terrified at your collapse. That's crazy. Ira was a well-known, I'm assuming, fishing town in a way. Wait, and I guess they bullied or
these
they
are
took
my
over
children
everything in their area.
shining
They
in
were
the
very
darkness.
powerful
They are being escorted
cities.
out of
And
Egypt
now
and
saying, "Oh, you're
Babylon
trembling
and
now,
into
because now
paradise here on earth
this
as
is what
it
the sovereign
is
Lord says.
in
When I
heaven."
make you a
And
desolate
so
city,
this is your
like
spiritual
cities no
Egypt,
longer
your spiritual
inhabited.
Babylon.
And when I bring
These are
ocean
world
depths
systems.
over
This is
you,
any
and its
sin,
vast waters
transgressions,
cover you,
iniquity.
then I
Like
will
God
bring
has
you
been
down
dealing with
with
that,
those
and
who
He's
go down to the
transitioning
pit,
you out
to the
No,
people
it didn't
of long
work
ago.
when it was
I will
unmodded
make you
before.
into the kingdom
dwell
of
in the
God,
earth
into your
below
royal
as
position,
an
into
ancient
your
king,
magnificence,
with those
into
who go
your
down to the pit,
elegance,
and
into
you will
your
not return
extravagance,
or
into
take
your
place in the land
impressively
of the living.
beautiful state.
I will
Yes,
bring you
you
to the
mirroring
horrible
back the
end,
image
and
of
you will be
Christ
no
to
more.
Him. Thank
You
you,
will be
Lord.
sought,
Thank you,
but
Holy
you will
Spirit.
never
And so, as the
again
Lord was
be
speaking
found,
this,
declares the sovereign.
I started hearing in my spirit the scripture, I never seen the righteous forsaken or his seed begging bread. And then I heard you
Anybody know who Tyra is? Nope. Wonder why? 'Cause God said you ain't gonna be no more. Bam. Prove me a liar. I'm telling you, man, this is some real stuff. I feel like this is what's gonna happen to America. I told other people yesterday, man. America, you know, everybody says America is like home of the great and all this, and we're blessed, man. I feel like God's hands about it is off of America. We have so much deceit, so much hatred, so much corruption, so much arrogance, pridefulness. People just boast, and people think they're better than everybody, and beating up the poor and taking from the poor and all this stuff, man. Like, God's gonna say, hey, I'm done with it. This is what your penalty's gonna be. I feel like He's gonna wipe us out. Hope y'all know the Lord. I'm telling you, stuff's coming. Coming, coming, coming. Alright, that was Ezekiel 26. Woohoo! I didn't write anything in that one today. 52, 52. Okay. We updating EFT, and then we're gonna go crazy on some Apex. I did. I went back to 1080p. For some reason, I went back to 1080p, and my gameplay is just dramatically changed in Apex. Like, dramatically. Like, you'll see. I don't miss. Tell me how, I don't know. Dude, I was watching your wifey shot on Apex, bro. Bro, I thought it was you playing. Her movement, her shooting, her moving like different areas and like repositioning and covering fire. I was like, and like destroying people. I'm like, shock on her and on her keyboard right now. But she was going insane. Dude, I was very surprised at seeing her go like that. I mean, I've seen her like pop off a couple times before too. Not saying she's not always like that, but when I was watching, I was like, dude, this is like master's level like movement, shooting, and all that. Turn this on. Oh, you can do random. And she called his name Joseph, saying, "May the Lord add to many, or may the Lord add to me another." She called him Joseph. Who bore Joseph? I forgot. Defiant. Data is at 12 p.m. Eastern today. Yo, y'all wanna see something crazy? Check these out. Yo, check out the drip. Deadpool socks from my wife. They're so furry and cozy. Logic about my warranty for my G Pro, and they said I can't replace it, but they might be able to get a discount code. What? Like, yeah, give me 100% discount, bro. Not too broken, bro. I'm not using the G Pro anymore. I use this. This is the Zowie ECW EC2-CW. Fits my hand so much better, and it has a curvature to it. It's like the G Pro. It's light, but yeah, it's wireless. It has this dongle, and you can charge it by just putting it there, or you can undo the Type-C and put it in here, and it's wireless. And I've had it for 5 years, and I never really use it, and now I'm using it now, and I love it. It's big. It's a little bit heavier than the G Pro, but it's really nice. Dude, it's so good. I have cup, dude. You wanna see the mouses I have, bro? Check this out. I think I ever showed you. These are the 5 mouses that I made. So I have this is the regular G Pro Super Light, the regular one. I have this is the G Pro X2 Super Light with glass skates, which is lighter than the first G Pro. I have the glorious O- wireless that I use, very light, soft shelled. And then I bought the Rocket Ninja MK1, which is really light, but it's a very long shape. It's for like long fingers. It's kind of good. I really like this one, but it doesn't have that top like the Super Light does. It's very light, long fingers, I like, but it's like it's a lot more of a wrist aiming. It's not arm aiming. It's really actually pretty neat, to be honest with you. It's Rocket Ninja's MK1, right? Yeah. And this one was pretty expensive. The big back to the G Pro, basically. Yeah, then you will like this one. Look. This one actually has more of a back, I think. But it has a curvature here, right? It like curves into your hand a little bit, your thumb. Compared to the G Pro, it doesn't have that curvature. Like the back end kind of tilts more this way, like here, it kind of goes this way, so it fits more of the fatty part of your palm, your thumb here. It's really nice, because a lot of times on this, my thumb just like, it doesn't rest anywhere. This fat part just doesn't rest anything. That kind of like, the other mouse kind of supports it much better. Yeah, this one is, I really like this one a lot. Zowie EC2-CW. Dude, I have all these mouses and I don't know. Let's go this real quick. Warm up. No more our coffee. I gotta go get some water and or some green tea. I'm gonna try this.
But it is Psalm 66. Read a verse? Okay. Okay, so I pointed to, I'm going to read this chunk, which is verses 8 through 12. Oh, bless our God, you peoples, and make the voice of his praise to be heard, who keeps our soul among the living, and does not allow our feet to be moved. For you, O God, have tested us. You have refined us, as silver is refined. You brought us into the net. You laid affliction on our backs. You have caused men to ride over our heads. We went through fire and through water, but you brought us out to rich fulfillment. I think, to me, well, I think it is talking about how God can put us in situations that are meant to make us better. I think that no matter how we get tried, God is always watching over us. And he is our keeper and doesn't allow us to ever fall too far.
Lumberjack Protectron works all night and also works all day. Lumberjack Protectron works all night and also works all day.
You know what we could use more of? Everything. When does the next caravan come by again? Take a break before heading back out into danger.
Let us know if you find someone in need out there. Here to volunteer, or just to escape for a while?
Trees plus Lumberjack Protectron equals desirable wood product.
Brush up on my first aid.
The responders need you. Visit the church in the town of Flatwoods.
Sunny makes a good hoagie.
Yeah, I watched a little more of it. I'm not a big fan of it because it seems like it has the same kind of like inventory. What do you call it? The inventory simulator? I don't know if that's what it's called. You know, with like the inventories, and then you just like kind of sit there and like, it's like how Tarkov is, basically. But I've yet to see anybody like actually like fighting people or like doing something other than being in a helicopter or in the inventory. Again, I've only attempted to watch it a few times, but I sat down for like probably a total of like 10 minutes and tried to watch and still never saw like the actual gameplay. Kind of funny. I mean, from what I saw, that the guns look like really, really good though. I feel like it'll probably replace Tarkov though, for sure. Tarkov has way too many cheaters. We're gonna be playing X Defiant tomorrow, most likely though, since that's going into early access again. I hope it feels better than what I remember. That's crazy though, 17 hours. Surprised. I'm gonna go attempt to watch it again right now. I better see some gameplay. Maybe I'll just click on the game and then... Okay, I see someone with their gun out, so I'm just gonna watch whoever has their gun out.
AIs at the moment, bro. I'm fighting AIs at the moment. I'm looking for a key at the moment that I need for... One tap. I gotta save my bullets, man. I can't just spray like this. That would be stupid. Like, we don't have that many bullets with it. I mean, we do have bullets with this, but not that crazy amount. Or we can use the AK. Oh shit. Oh, he's behind the wall. Oh, we got...
This looks like a mix of PUBG and Tarkov, honestly. Just with less recoil. Wait, really, Dragon? That's funny. What's his name? What is this control meal replacement? See what's in here, bro. I think I've seen a few people advertise this recently. Yuck, bro, it's a bunch of poo garbage. Artificial dyes in the peanut butter. Like the peanut butter crunch meal replacement has yellow dyes in it. It's crazy. Good, he needs to stop playing Apex, bro. Everybody does. Bro? I still have ads, by the way. I clicked on a stream like 8 minutes ago, it seems like, and I still have ads. Now I can...
Here, I dropped money for you guys. You buy the loadout?
Yeah.
Bombing on us. Top. One on the way.
Gonna
gonna put it here behind the tent.
Yeah.
Do you want me to buy a UE plate box something?
UE, and buy a self-res after. UE and self-res.
I got a plate box because I needed it.
Okay, it's fine.
Want me to pop
Knock
UE?
one? Yeah, pop UE. Knock two, I need help here. Self-res on my body. They're underground and they're up top.
I got it. I got the self-res.
Above us, yep. Just get inside if you can.
Here. Oh no, there's another one. There's two. You got my guns, watch out.
Why can I hear footsteps on his stream better than I can in my game? It's actually so easy to tell where people are at. What?
Top prison.
Is interesting because, like, technically,
Where are you? Where are you dying?
technically, like, your stream audio appears differently depending on what kind of drivers you're using. So I wonder how that works out. Very odd. Like, I wonder what drivers specifically.
You don't have your guns? Let's go back for them. Where are they?
Yeah, he took them, that's why.
Oh, okay.
The like bunny suit, like pink suit.
Follow me then, follow me. Do this jump, let's go.
Okay.
Plates here, guns here.
There's a guy in here, I think.
That's my gun.
Nice, okay, let's go up top, come on.
There's a guy on the ledge. On your left.
It's fine, let's go.
Hey, ground too.
I don't hear him, I don't see him or hear him.
Hey, ground. You guys, here a second.
Oh, baby, I'm selfing, you can't let him climb up.
I got him.
For the screaming in game.
Jump.
I'm gonna close my game.
There's a nut. Oh, yeah. I hear him. He's right under me.
Follow me, baby.
Yep.
We're dropping down.
More on that left side.
Keep following me.
Yep, no, it's-
I need a knife and smoke when you can.
Right here on the zip.
Unloading. Yeah.
Here, I have a smoke and a nade, I don't have a knife.
It's fine, I'll take the nade.
Okay, you need smoke or no?
Across prison. Whole team.
Here's
One
smoke.
of you guys.
Across where? Across where?
Cross prison. Cross top roof.
Yeah, top prison, I'm gonna snipe.
Back for me.
Remove your life ring, please.
He just jumped.
They're going
Where'd
grandma.
grandma?
Up headquarters. Weak.
Peeking again. Oh, I
One
the
bullet.
bullet, man.
Jumped it off again.
Yeah.
He's knocked.
Right here on this. Oh no, I'm getting.
Come on.
I have a selfie. I'm good.
Oh, the small kids, you guys good.
We're good. There was someone top here.
Oh, that guy's not missing.
Which guy? Top where?
Down here.
Factory? Oh, it's okay.
Right
He's
there,
top
too.
factory though.
Hit him.
Look top factory. Look top factory for me.
Yeah.
Hit him a couple times.
He's low. He's broken.
Nice.
Under me.
Through a smoke. I think this guy's shitting.
He's cheating? Okay.
I think they are. They're shooting me through a smoke.
They're both low.
Knocked one. Knocked both. Last one's in here. Rush him in the next building. The one behind it. On me.
Just jumped.
On me, right here. They're out, I think. Yep, I got him out. Cheater's out.
Nice.
And they popped the smoke and you just perfectly tracked me through it. I was like,
He could have one-wayed you though. Did he one-way you or no?
Could have what?
He could have one-wayed you with the smoke, like a one-way. You know what that?
Man. Yeah, I know where that is. That happened.
He could have
I couldn't
one-wayed
see
you. I
him.
don't know though. Yeah, you can't see him if he one-ways you. That's what I'm saying. Top factory. Yeah, these guys are annoying. Follow me. We're gonna have to rewrap.
Isn't there like 1,000 ways to look through like a
Smoking it?
smoke in this game?
I smoked the top. I smoked the top. Let's go. We gotta go now. We gotta go now. We gotta go now. I broke their armor too. Just keep following me. Do not hesitate. Do not hesitate.
Pushing me. Holy fuck.
That's what I was thinking.
Get up on this roof with me, or you can shoot him down. Shoot down at them now.
This guy's frying though, definitely.
Alright, don't get knocked, okay?
The other guy was like, that guy's
Oh.
It's fine, it's fine, it's
Self.
fine, it's fine.
I knocked one. Alright, stay here. Look over me. I'm gonna rush these morons.
You're right here, right here.
He went here.
There's one on you, there's one on you.
One shot, he got me.
We can see
I know. I just choked. I choked. They all landed back on their loot. I think, guys, try to work back towards this loadout. Try to work back towards the chemical loadout, okay?
Want me to buy you back, or?
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, buy me back, quick, buy me back, quick, and drop your money. Drop your money. No, baby, you can buy me back and drop your money after. Sim, come and drop your money, come. We don't have to buy another loadout.
Headquarters.
Or we don't have to go to that loadout.
Grab that with me. On my top, I think you're beside.
I'm all the way on the top.
Headquarters.
Drop your cash, Sim.
There's one guy, top headquarters.
He's top here, on the other side. I got him.
Don't get knocked him, okay?
Yep.
Where'd you knock him, baby? Is he top control?
He landed right here.
Still sniping at us. I'm just trying to get plates. Let's go. Ignore this guy. They're annoying. Let's go. Come on. Let's row. Everyone row. If I'm going too fast, you guys got to speak up, okay? Like, I'm going too fast now. You know what I mean? Like, this is where you guys got to tell me to slow down, okay? That's you, Stimpy. That's you. You got to tell us because you're the one far behind.
Really? That's crazy, Dragon.
Okay. Go top prison.
That sounds like too much. Funny though.
Alright, let's look around, see if we find anything. Is anyone top prison? Nothing, eh? What do we do here?
I cursed on the Canada's.
Okay, look, we want to try to get to top chemical. We want to try. Okay, so we're going to go top water tower first, and then we're going to go chemical after. Okay?
Yep.
I'm ready to jump off for chemical. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. Get on the roof. Do not go anywhere else. Get on the roof. Nice. Do we hear anyone? You guys hear anything?
No, they're all over there. There's only 2 teams. And
Oh yeah, there is. They're fighting over there. Hey, let's go. Good comms. Let's go. Where are they exactly? Is it factory or harbor?
Yeah, factory.
Yeah, look. They zipped up. They just zipped up. Yeah, let's try to get top. Yo, get top harbor. We can hold and win the game.
They jumped.
Yeah, they're coming. They're coming. He went back up. Get here. Follow me, baby. Follow me. Hit this jump spot right here. And then lay down here. Come. Everyone lay down. It's the last two teams. 3v3, okay? Our last team right here. 3v3. One's under us. Follow me, Sim.
Be on your side.
He's under us. Under us entirely.
Nice. Behind me. Right on me.
Oh my god, no. One more, baby. I'm dead. There's 2 more. He's climbed up under you.
Thinks everyone is cheating. That's funny. Makes sense though. I mean, it is COD, but yeah. That's the thing that sucks when you're playing a game with terrible anti-cheat, you can't tell. But if you play a game with good anti-cheat, like, you can tell. You know what I mean? I'll be back real right. I can't even talk. I will be back real quick. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I saw Dragon. At least when I don't know if he got revived again and then died, but
Stock up here before your next kill. Reminder, any attempted five-finger discounts will be reclaimed and paid for with said fingers. It's dangerous to go alone. It's dangerous to go in groups. It's just dangerous out there. So stock up here. Wanna buy some junk? You looking at me? How about you stop looking and start buying? Need some ammo, chems, or spiky bits to stab people with? You may find some here. Stick up, up. Just kidding. Want to buy or sell? Get your rating. Supplies. Here or don't. I don't care. Caps available in exchange for pillaged, loot, pillaged, loot. Available in exchange for caps. Please don't stab other customers while they shop. This vendor unit is equipped with anti-theft measures. Don't get any ideas, chump. Note to the gourmands. Human flesh is not acceptable tender here.
Oh, wait, I just read what you said. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I thought you were talking about the COD guy. Funny, though.
It appears you're on the right track. Get it? Track? The ride looks great, but if only there was someone for me to enjoy it with.
Really? That's 45 minutes, bro? I don't know how people do that. I would have pushed by then. 45 minutes of that? Crazy.
So many beautiful paths. I don't know where to look.
You die so fast? Yeah, it's probably instant. That's crazy though, like that nobody like advanced somehow though. That's funny you say that actually, because the first person I clicked on for that game was shooting at like a bot, but they like no-regged half a mag basically. And they were like shooting directly at them, like for sure.
So many beautiful paths. I don't know where to look.
The only game we need is Lawbreakers.
Practical materialism rating is insufficient. Pilot, report. You must work harder, comrade.
He killed him again, the same player. That's funny.
Fixing a person is kind of like fixing a machine, only with a little more soul. Point is, I'm basically half a doctor already.
Ammo bench.
This land is filled with the filth of the bourgeoisie. It must be cleansed. Liberty is a farce. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not an idea, it is.
So, about the Brotherhood, is it steel as in metal or steel as in texture? From what I've heard, seems like a little bit of both. visitors, huh? I wonder if we have enough for a full band. Not that, you can form a band with just anybody. That'll be weird.
Testing, testing. This is grass and fair. Our lovely valley is in a bit of a pinch. Think rat claws. Meyer lives are heading to the island in Grafton Lake. Reed. Don't let them call Queen.
Not letting me buy it. What's up, Fahad? How are you? Oh wait, I have zero.
by humans is the result of honeybee pollination. Oh, pissy little creatures, those.
One second, I'll be back. What's up, Timmy? How's it going? Give me 1 second. I'm about to swap the setting on my fan because it's going the wrong way and making it hotter in here, I think. Okay, I'm here now.
Graham don't care, just trade. Pointy stuff, shooty stuff, explodey stuff, all the stuff. Wish Charlie Moo talked. Such long walks. Killing is good, but trading is better. Easier. One day, we find the thing we want, Charlie, my moo-moo. One day, then we move off somewhere else. Quiet, calm, count our caps, eat meat, and get you some greens forever.
Contact.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Contact with hostiles.
Eliminate the enemy.
This time I'm down.
I started too fast.
That's all good.
Yeah, no.
Hostile close. I've been downed.
Contact with rival.
Taking shots. I've been downed. Hostile close.
Right over here.
I downed an enemy. Making contact with enemy. Taking shots. I downed an enemy. Hostile right here.
Contact with target.
Oh, I thought the free fire would work.
Contact with hostile.
Contact with target.
Right, free.
Enemy down.
Hostile close.
Making contact with enemy. I'm down.
Target.
Hostile close. Enemy down.
Nobody wants to join us.
Hostile right here.
Contact.
I've been downed.
I don't know why. Not good.
Hostile right here.
Contact. I'm taking shots. I downed an enemy.
That was awesome.
Now for the right choice.
Making contact with enemy.
I downed an enemy. Contact with hostile.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Hostile right here.
Enemy down.
Got delayed.
Hostile right here.
Contact with target.
I'm taking another enemy down.
Hostile close.
Contact with hostile. Tell me the right choice. They didn't.
Contact.
Making contact with enemy.
Did you just heal yourself with the drone?
A little bit. No, Tá HV.
Again.
I downed an enemy. Contact with hostile.
How you change the weapon so fast? What the fuck?
Huh?
The change weapon. Like
I'm just quick with it, bro. I know when my bullets are about to go empty, so.
I downed an. What a rush! This time will be different. Hostile close.
Fuck.
I downed an enemy. Contact with target. Making contact with enemy. I've been down.
Nice. We hit everything there. Good shit.
The first time.
Hostile right here. I'm taking shots. Enemy down.
Stop being to shoot.
Contact. I'm taking shots.
Oh, I messed that all up.
Oh?
I've been down.
1 second.
Okay, get your phone. Phone.
Get it. Good boy.
Only one guy, please. Come to us.
Ready?
Making contact
We can
with
do it if you
enemy.
want. I don't mind either.
Okay, let's go do it.
Enemy down.
I think I won that one.
Headed to Olympus, home of the brassy, classy, and sassy.
You know
is
this
that?
guy?
I don't know. Yo, who are you?
Hello.
Oh. We're in Battle Core 3.
What?
We're in Battle Core 3 Discord.
So this moment. Oh, let's go.
Huh?
No,
Was
no,
that your-
it wasn't him. It wasn't him. It wasn't him.
I'm confused. Oh.
My name
Oh,
is
you're
just
here.
the
Okay.
same.
Same. Let me add you. Give me a sec. Peace. Yeah, I found you. You get my invite? You get my invite?
Nah.
You get my invite?
You're gonna
Nah.
You get my invite?
Nah.
Added you.
You get my invite?
Nah.
Added you. Just not me.
Yeah, I got it.
now traveling to Busan. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
It's my time to Moira.
Your time to Moira, man. I'm just gonna fucking bully the hell out of Kurokami. Look, he was a shitty. I wonder, can I hack the fucking
Every soldier needs a cause.
You and Hefe need to stop
you
frying
go
Sigma's
past your
brain.
gates,
I'm
and
trying
girls
to
happen.
help your little friend. And yourself. Yes, let's discuss
He doesn't hack
morality.
this
And hypocrisy while we're at it.
You get looking perfect. Yeah, it fucking gives you a perfect score if you start dancing on it.
5, 4,
Oh yeah.
2,
Oh no, what a quandary.
Round 1.
Alright, let's go get
Capture
this fucking
the objective.
Let's go get him.
Move out, coming at you.
Hey, Charles Thompson. Hey, did you see the last game? Come on, I hope you do.
You're good. I got you.
Pay attention or you'll wind up dead.
I kicked the fucking you bitch off the
You're
map.
not even an effective
Can we-
criminal
can we-
organization. That warms the bones. I've got meds. Who needs them?
Man, I'm dead. The Moira was
Patched up.
No, no.
I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way. I don't understand.
I got some over here.
EMP activated.
There we go.
I almost got off the map.
Who needs me?
Fuck this all up. Oh, they got pissed at me hacking them as Jews. Come on.
Throw the I guess you can put the Moira.
You can't beat me. Come get me.
Best round. 1.
You're going home in a box.
If you died, you're a
Damn.
loser.
Look, that's the first time that the Kiri's open.
1 to 0.
If you die, your mom gay.
If you die, you die. If you exist, then, well, I mean, you can't really do anything. Move on. All I know is that you're still
Back
dead.
to playing the hero? I never stopped. Unlike you, the world doesn't want us now.
Hands are getting
At least I can realize that.
That's just that tism kicking in.
I'm munching on my little fucking.
Honor is all.
Mom only said I was a special snowflake.
3, 2,
Oh, well, there, Queen. You see, you're special, alright, but not in the way you
capture
think.
the objective.
back then. There we go. There we go.
You can't hide.
Oh, they went home. They got a fallen tank.
Oh, don't you fucking die.
Help! Come on, you idiot! I'm ready for the damage. Talk. He got really away my life. I'm trying to keep you alive. Holy shit. Dude, I'm out of pee. I'm out of pee. No.
They must not take the objective.
Got the black weasel. Why is there a trap? Because fuck you. Important. Alright. Ready?
You know what? Fuck it. My turn.
Forged in the dragon's breath.
There you go. I'll be yours in one heal. Yours.
Little tip. Don't.
I'll fight
Look at that bitch.
Nice.
Right, bitch. I'm behind.
It was me, Dio.
No me tío, mis quiero.
Who was it? Fat. Yeah, get him away. I don't want him. There's on fucking. How do I return him? I don't like him. He fights. He fights. Well, you're dead, sir. Get away from your healer.
The dragon completely missed the point.
I am here.
Oh. But it's so bad, it gives you indigestion. No, I don't care about I'm dead. Nice. Oh, I got fucking tired. I don't know what you want me to do.
Killed everything.
Oh dear.
I am, sir.
I cannot give up yet.
Oh. Alright, I'm hiding in the van.
I'm the last one you'll ever cross. Smoke them out of there.
I can't see you. There's a wall behind you, sir. No, my safety. I needed the safety ball. There's a fucking...
Lost.
For the Crusaders!
Let's get back in the saddle.
Fun fact, you missed everyone with that.
Score.
I gotta hit one person.
1-1.
It counts if it at least hits one.
I need damage, guys.
What has been going on?
Let's make it. I played Strongbow for more than 90% of that. There's the reason I upload
It's
damage.
nothing to worry about.
I always worry, but I trust you are doing what is right.
I'm going to touch the phone because you didn't make what you do. Uh-oh. Talking Nathan? Oh, it's a girlfriend. Eventually, you're supposed to die. What are you doing?
What efficient defenses.
I'm on target. I can't get to you. Left side, left side. Right side, sorry. He's on me. He's on me too. Don't make me stop.
Crusaders!
Please go. Where did my sleep go? It went straight in between his legs.
It's so fun not being able to kill him.
It's within my reach.
So much fun.
I'm okay.
Every soldier
I get
needs a
low, I'm
cause.
No one will hide my sight.
No, something that was gonna be nice. Have it. Because there's the tapping point. I can't see you. Move. Tap point, bitch. You not hear me?
Bionic healing ready for use. Pause it, Crusaders!
There you go. Sim. He's one. Nice. Bro, why are you getting real close? Please.
No one can
One.
hide outside.
Are you serious? Kill the healer. There we go. You dodge grenade, bitch. Kill it. Fucking fire. Get bloody. Thank you. Nice.
I want to pull my hair out.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm already balding. Please help.
Play of the game.
Close your eyes.
Nanoboost administered.
Excavation initiation! This'll go down in history! Excavation initiation! Excavation initiation! Again and again! Done and dusted! Excavation initiation! Let's make history!
Anna, what has been going on in Egypt? It sounds serious.
Just a few days sunlight to us. It's nothing to worry about.
I always worry, Anna. But I trust you are doing what is right.
They say you're a good shot. Hope you don't mind if I'm better. I know more than anyone that a head that thick is an easy target.
One. Attack, boys. Escort the payload.
Venture forth!
Payload secured. Let's move.
That one hurt.
Over here.
I aim to devastate.
Keep it moving. Salutations.
Doucement.
Thank you. More enemies turning up.
Enemy here.
I'm over the moon.
sterben nicht. This ends now.
Life protects life.
Coming through. I'm unstoppable. This ends now. Back in action.
My train's gone. Find cover.
Enemy over here. Fight them.
You can't hide from me forever.
60 seconds remaining.
I'm at the height of my performance.
Finally, a worthy opponent. Personne n'échappe à mon regard. No one can hide from my sight. My bite is fatal.
The payload progresses.
I see an enemy.
Large targets are such guilty pleasures.
Watch here.
Just what I needed. Admirez mon chef-d'œuvre. Sniper! Je me sens vivante. No one can hide from my sight.
Life protects life.
You have my
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
وريهم قوتك.
Do not provoke me. Soit. Now I truly feel alive. Helden sterben nicht. No one can hide from my sight.
My ultimate is ready. Valkyrie is ready.
I've been waiting for a challenge.
I get control of the payload.
Heroes never die.
Hammer down!
We're outnumbered. Careful. Sniper.
For the Crusaders!
Enemy over here.
I have the payload moving.
Thank you.
60 seconds remaining.
Over there.
Over there.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
وريهم قوتك.
Its destination. seconds remaining.
Do not provoke me.
None of you is administered.
Thank you, my friend.
Complete.
Danke.
Score 3-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I aim to devastate. Comment une équipe peut-elle abriter autant d'imbéciles?
Good kitty. Good kitty.
What has been going on in Egypt? It sounds serious.
Just a few ghosts I'm laying to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
I always worry, Anna. But I trust you are doing what is right.
Just what I needed.
Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty. Good kitty.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
How ungrateful.
Stop the payload.
Press the attack.
My mistake. Finally, a worthy opponent.
Bet you're here? I see an enemy.
My ultimate is charging.
My ultimate is starting. They're moving the payload. Enemy over here.
Double.
Do not provoke me.
Enemy, I'm going to.
My apologies. My ultimate is charging.
No one can hide from my sight.
Keep the heat on. Now it's almost ready.
Spiders are solitary creatures.
My ultimate is ready.
Personne. The plot thickens.
There's the enemy. Earthshatter, my ultimate is ready.
My ultimate is ready.
My ultimate is ready. You can't stop me.
This ends now.
Hey, I got her though.
Loading up. Back in action.
Much obliged.
Hello there.
My greetings.
Hello.
I am on fire.
Giant
Come
forest
face
marches
me.
over you. Stop the payload.
Honor is all I have left.
60 seconds remaining.
Hello there.
Hello. My apologies.
Valkyrie shot.
Tengo que the payload has
Nano boost discharge. Really shouldn't
My
be.
ultimate is
I
charged.
see an enemy.
Earth Shatter.
I got a target.
Their forces outnumber our own.
My greeting.
Fight them.
My ultimate on my way.
Catch you later.
My ultimate is ready.
Charging.
Nano boost administered.
I am unbreakable.
船の鍵爪を解き放て Apagando las luces.
Greetings.
Group up. Join me.
Don't let that payload move any further.
Shield activated.
Smoke, there's fire.
What's up, Jay? Is this Fallout? No, it's not. If I change my... I would have to change my thumbnail and title and everything to swap games on YouTube, so I just keep it the same, basically.
Nano boost is ready to deploy. Enemy over here. Come to my position. My
the game.
Sniper, don't get shot.
Excavation initiation! This'll go down in history!
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Let's make history! Sometimes I miss Canada. The world's not gonna explore itself.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Follow me.
Move on back. Enemy turret ahead.
Time to put a stop to their efforts.
Rapid action, baby.
Enemy turret's not gonna bother us anymore.
Hiya. My ultimate is ready.
Build them a hole.
Excavation initiation.
I feel like a Clash of Clans miner or something central.
From above. Enemy turret down. Enemy turret destroyed. That takes your poison.
Step right.
Build them a hole.
Enemy turret.
Time to put a stop to their efforts. Enemy turret destroyed. Justice reigns from above. Unfathomable surrender to my will. The skies await.
Don't let them take another step.
Put that brain to use.
where are you guys?
Going to hammer.
When you can push.
30 seconds.
Systems enhanced. Adaptive circuits engaged.
Remaining.
The Kitsune guide you. Time to save the world.
Our numbers are up. Last chance to win this. Get the robot.
Defeat.
Our fingers meet.
I'll light my own path.
I will break this world. Only through struggle do we survive.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero. 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint.
I carry my burdens alone. No holding back. Let's move. I need to recharge. I don't have time to be weak.
Here I am.
I feel stronger.
Boosting your damage.
Feels better.
Leave a broken world behind. Damage intensified. You won't regret it. I'll keep you up. Incoming. Don't fret. I see you.
Excavation! Loading out the piston!
Correct. We're outnumbered. Be careful. Die. I still have
Report
some
here now.
fighting. Hostiles are taking the objective. I remember this feeling.
Ready to go.
Valkyrie's almost ready.
What's up, Anti? How's it going?
Defeat. Play the
Bro, that was our doom, bro. He just turbo through. The heck, they were trying to say the DPS, dude. That was for sure. Like, the DPS can't do, like, no, the whole team can't do anything. The Doom is just diving and, like, our backline just gets destroyed instantly. The heck? So funny.
I aim to devastate.
in the past that even asking your doctor for a fasting insulin, which is perhaps the single most important test that I think everyone should be getting, is denied. And I just don't understand that. In this week's podcast, I wanted to share my most recent set of blood work. I've done blood work 4 times in the last 2 years, and I haven't done it in about a year. Usually I try and do blood work every 6 months, but I missed one. So I've got a comprehensive set of blood work for you guys here. I'm going to walk you through it, tell you what I ordered, why I ordered it, how to interpret it, and how you can get your own blood work so you're not dependent on your doctor, all these kind of things. So I like showing my blood work. I think it's an opening of the kimono. Its proof is in the pudding. You get
Really, Anti? How was it? Oh, can't wait for the results. I bet that'll be fun to, like, look at. I feel like. So what is your diet right now, Anti? Hello, Punmaro. How are you? I'm actually gonna chill and we can just watch this video, cause. Well, yeah, true. I've never gotten mine, so I'm definitely a little, iffy. Just because I'd like, I don't know what I'm gonna see at all.
to see how healthy I am with an animal-based diet. A lot of the questions people have, a lot of the criticisms people have of eating this way are answered with labs to show that I'm healthy, that I'm doing great with this diet. So enjoy this podcast showing my most recent set of blood work. All right, guys, time to share my most recent set of blood work. I share this with you every time I get blood work. It's not meant to be overwhelming in technicalities. It's just meant to be a guide of the kind of stuff that I look for when I get my blood work. I'm getting pretty darn comprehensive blood work for myself. I don't think you need all of these things, but I do think that basically everything I'm getting in this set of blood work is valuable and helps me sort of navigate how I'm doing with my overall health. I think that if more physicians ordered blood work for their patients at the level of detail that you'll see in this presentation, I think we would see a lot of issues come up that are often missed in patients. I remember previously when I was working in hospital and outpatient clinics as a PA in cardiology, and then as a physician doing kind of lifestyle integrative medicine.
Yes, on my other one.
Common to see most physicians just order a CBC and a Chem7 or a CBC and a comprehensive metabolic panel for their patients. And most of the time, if you go to the doctor, that's about all they're going to check.
I don't play any.
CBC, they might check a
I don't play Apex anymore now, though.
Comprehensive metabolic panel. They might just get a basic metabolic panel and they'll check your cholesterol. And as you'll see, I always check far more detailed blood work than that. And I've talked about my blood work in the past. This is the 4th podcast I've done sharing my blood work. I will link in the description to the previous podcast if you really want to see all of my old blood work, but I don't think there's a real reason to. This set of blood work looks very similar, as I will talk about throughout the presentation. This set of blood work looks pretty similar to those as I'll talk about in this podcast, but I've shared my blood work from August of 2022, November of 2022, March of 2023, and now this blood work was obtained at the end. 47-year-old male. As I've spoken about on previous podcasts, I recently added a small amount of creatine to my daily regimen because I wasn't always getting 2 pounds of meat in my diet every day, and I feel like this improves my mental performance and my surfing performance. I've also recently started experimenting with methylated B vitamins. I've spoken about in the past, and I'll speak about in this podcast, the fact that I have a MTHFR polymorphism.
Oh, really? That's funny. What happened? That does sound scary. That's funny.
And I generally feel better when I have a methylated B vitamin supplement, even if I'm eating half an ounce of liver per day. For many people, a methylated B vitamin supplement may not be necessary, especially if you don't have polymorphisms at your MTHFR gene or other genes that are significant within the methylation cycle, also known as the folate cycle. But I think that that's important to understand in your physiology. And so I do think it's worth getting some sort of analysis of your genetics, looking at single nucleotide polymorphisms. And I think for most people, just
did he say he's 47?
Either fresh or desiccated, cooked, however you want to get that liver is fine. Plus some heart is going to get you a good amount of riboflavin. So those are things that I try and eat in my diet every day, is about half an ounce of raw. I do raw liver, plus I eat 3 to 4, sometimes 5 or 6 ounces of heart per day, plus grass-fed meat. I've done other podcasts talking about what I eat in a day, but I'll summarize it all at the end for you guys. So let's get into the labs with all
46
of that.
according to this. He said
the first
47.
thing you see on the blood work here is the complete blood count. This is just standard blood count. It's looking at white blood cells. It's looking at red blood cells. It tells you if you're anemic or not, if you have too few red blood cells. If your white blood cells are elevated, that's an indication of an infection. And what is the size of your red blood cells, which is the MCV. Some people who have anemia, their blood cells get small, depending on what's causing the anemia, like an iron deficiency anemia can cause your red blood cells to get small. It's called a microcytic anemia. If your red blood cells look big and you're anemic, that may be related to folate or B12. If you're eating an animal-based diet, you're not going to be deficient in vitamin B12. But if you're not getting enough egg yolks or heart plus liver, you might not be getting enough folate, especially if you're only eating animal foods. So it's important.
I was hearing that microgreens were not... Okay, this is just what I saw, right? But, you know, I haven't fact-checked it just to say. But I heard that they have some form of retention issues when it comes to heavy metals and stuff. But I don't know how true that is. Yeah, I want to start adding lemon to water as well. Like some lemon, maybe cucumber as well. Because I really like cucumber water. But yeah, that sounds really good, honestly, because like for the last 60 days, rice, chicken, steak, and corn and lettuce, like that's pretty solid. That's better than like most people, you know. And the only thing, like me personally, the only thing I don't think I would eat in there is obviously the rice and the corn. But I don't know which one I would pick, which is like, you know, better than the other. I would assume maybe rice is better than corn. I actually had a tiny serving of rice today, like a soup, like I'm talking like this big, like a literal quarter, just in case. And I think it didn't really do much, like, you know, bad or good, I would say. So I don't plan on eating it again. I just really wanted to try this thing that Poo Chunk made, basically. Yeah, true. Also, I did not know that you were making it yourself as well. That's awesome. So that's like a completely different thing for sure. I gotta feed Beanie real quick. Say hello, Beanie. Say hello. Um, that's awesome though. That's cool that you got that stuff. Beanie says hello to everybody. That's his butt. Beanie, what are we doing? I'm gonna feed him real quick. I will be right back. But yeah, I threw in some like pumpkin seeds here and there. That's pretty much it though. If there's any instance where I eat something I technically shouldn't be eating or that isn't fruit, it's gonna be like in a very small amount. I'm not gonna go overboard at all. Absolutely not touching sugar though, like refined sugar or anything like that. Yeah, I wonder, so like how much do you have to eat for that to be effective? Or do you just eat it consistently over a few days? Also, hemp hearts. I like hemp hearts too. I haven't had any, but I'm not necessarily opposed to eating them because they have like a ton of electrolytes. Same with pumpkin seeds. They have like really, really good nutrition. That reminds me, I want to look up why pumpkin seeds are apparently bad. Pumpkin seed toxin. Oh, I see, because they contain anti-nutrients such as cyanide, tannin, and oxalates. They're high in vitamin K. Wow, I did not know that. Holy. And aflatoxins as well. Interesting. Yeah, for sure. Uh-huh. It's just interesting that it contains it, I guess, naturally, because, I don't think cyanide comes from soil. I wonder how that happens. Raw pumpkin seeds can contain harmful bacteria like salmonella and E. coli, so why would... And sprouted pumpkin seeds can grow in warm, moist conditions. I literally have raw sprouted pumpkin seeds. Yeah, interesting. That's really funny though, because see though, at the same time, and again, like, of course I'm just brushing over it. I'm not really looking into it, but it's interesting. It's anything that's like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. As long as you're not going crazy with it, it should be fine. But what do we think about raw milk, though? Do we think it's like majority, it's like actually really good? And, obviously the chance is there. But do we think it's just, demonized because of how good it is? Is like, I don't know. This guy like swears by it pretty much. But you don't think we should be drinking cow's milk? Yeah, I get it. It definitely makes sense though. I used to think that way too. The only thing that tells me, you know, that I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, I kind of get a similar feeling to the, I mean, it is, they do work on, like, what is it? I think our brain interprets milk as opioids. So it's very easy to just be like, oh, time to drink milk. You know what I mean? Yeah, that makes sense. Dude, I will say though, I think milk for sure is better than the milk replacements. The only thing that I think is solid is oat milk that you make yourself, but even then, like of course oats can be contaminated as well, so but I'm not necessarily against oats because usually when I eat oats I feel good, so haven't had them in a long time though. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Sure. Cause yeah, I mean, like yeah, they really are, bro. It's bad, especially the oat milk. It's crazy. It's just a bunch of gums and thickeners. It like doesn't even make sense. And I used to wonder why when I would drink milk and it wouldn't hurt, right? Actually, weirdly enough, right? When I drink like ultra pasteurized or like normal pasteurized, it like hurts. But if I'm drinking low temp, it doesn't really hurt. And then I had a little teeny tiny like bottle of raw milk once and it didn't hurt at all, but I don't think I drank enough to be able to tell. But it's interesting because at least, what they say is that it has like very good bacteria for our stomachs, and that's like basically the primary like reason to drink it is for the bacteria. Dude, almond, my like soy as well, the soy milk. I used to like soy milk as a kid, bro. I can't believe it. What the heck is freaking going on this planet? I'm gonna go feed Beanie real quick, and then I'll let this play while I'm
levels in blood,
AFK.
and you'll see mine later in this podcast. As you can see here, basically all of the metrics on my complete blood count are within normal. There's nothing crazy to point out here. I don't have any current infections going on, so my white blood cell count is not elevated. My red blood cell count is within normal. My hematocrit is actually pretty darn high, something that has to do with my iron levels, probably, and just the fact that I'm an athlete in the ocean all the time. I've often wondered recently with my hematocrit kind of bumping up if being in the ocean and surfing and very often having to hold my breath under waves is increasing the hematocrit, but I'll talk about the iron levels a little bit later. But my hematocrit is still within normal, though I definitely have a large oxygen carrying capacity, which I benefit from when I'm surfing and working out with a robust hematocrit. So you can see the hematocrit right there at 51. Everything else here is normal, and I won't go into tons of detail on the rest of the CBC. Enhanced Grandma's Memory. Check out this review on Mood, Memory, and Brain from Chloe. My grandma struggled with Alzheimer's, so she started taking Mood, Memory, and Brain. During the 8 months she has been taking it, her memory has become noticeably better, she is more cheery and optimistic, and she is much sharper overall. We can't recommend this supplement and this company, Heart and Soil, enough. How cool is that, guys? Mood, Memory, and Brain is one of my favorite products at Heart and Soil. It contains grass-fed brain, liver, and bone marrow from regeneratively raised cattle in New Zealand. Do not accept imitations, guys. The cattle in Australia and New Zealand are some of the finest, the healthiest. The grass there is so good, which is why the organs are so full of nutrients. We never put any of our products in plastic, always glass, because plastic is bullshit. There's actually really good research looking at bovine cortex-derived phosphatidylserine for cognitive decline and dementia. And wouldn't you know it, that when researchers use plant-derived phosphatidylserine, it doesn't really improve cognitive function like bovine brain cortex derived does. So there's probably other factors in the brain that are helpful for our brains. Moon Memory and Brain is one of my favorite supplements when I'm doing a lot of podcasting, when I want to be sharp for a podcast, when I'm doing research. So check this one out, guys. You can find Moon Memory and Brain and all of our supplements made from grass-fed, grass-finished, regeneratively raised organs from cattle in New Zealand, exclusively the finest cattle in the world at heartandsoil.co. That's .co. Our mission is to help you reclaim your birthright to radical health. I'm so proud of what Heart and Soil is doing. Check us out, guys. The next thing to look at is the Comprehensive Metabolic Panel, or the CMP. The first thing you'll see here is that my fasting glucose is 89. Remember that I eat upwards of 300 grams of carbohydrates, primarily in the form of fruit and honey every day, and my fasting glucose is still very low. Often when I get a fasting glucose, it's even lower than that. Previous blood work, it's been lower 80s, sometimes high 70s. This one was 89. But from my carnivore days, when I was strictly carnivore and keto, my fasting blood glucose was above 100. And I've seen other people in the keto and carnivore space, when they do share their blood work, note that their fasting glucose is often above 100. This is physiologic insulin resistance, and the fact that your body is always making some glucose, probably through gluconeogenesis, when you are not giving your body carbohydrates. And so even though people in the keto and carnivore space will say that eating low carb is beneficial for glucose, their fasting glucose is often quite high. Whether or not this represents a problem for humans, we're not entirely sure. And as I've said in the past, I fully respect anyone doing a keto or carnivore diet if that's what works best for you. But I will point out a few times in this podcast, looking at my blood work, where I think there are problems with that type of approach for many people in terms of steroid hormones, in terms of thyroid hormones, etc. So my blood glucose fasting, 89. BUN is blood urea nitrogen, which is generally a measure in most of these blood work panels of how hydrated you are, or sometimes if you're eating a lot of protein, that will be elevated. You will see that my creatinine, which is a measure of kidney function, is slightly elevated at 1.3. This is important to note for anyone who is supplementing with creatine. Creatine is a compound that your body makes, but many, many, many studies, on the order of 300 to 400 studies perhaps, with creatine show that it's beneficial to have usually a little more than your body is making. In fact, 5 grams per day for a month saturates most of us with creatine, and probably has benefits in terms of explosivity at the level of your muscles, cognition, recall, mental performance, and it's been studied even in high-risk pregnancy to be beneficial, and it's pretty darn safe. Creatine essentially functions as a storage compound for a phosphorus molecule, which then gets donated to ADP or AMP, so you can make more ATP, the energy currency of the human body. So you want to be able to make energy. You want to be able to do the functions in your body that allow you to repair DNA, cellular processes that allow your machinery to work. If you want the gears and levers, your metabolic engine to work, you need ATP, and creatine serves as a repository for phosphorus, which then gets donated to the other molecules, as I mentioned, in that energy utilization and generation process. Now, when you supplement with creatine, your creatinine will go up. Creatinine is simply a proxy for kidney function, and in, quote, normal individuals who are not supplementing with creatine, eating a lot of meat, which also contains creatine, or individuals who are not overly muscular, a creatinine between, as the lab says here, 0.7 and 1.2 usually says your kidneys are functioning quite well. In an individual who is not doing any of those things, isn't super muscular, an elevated creatinine may suggest that your kidneys are not filtering that creatinine, breakdown product of creatine, out. But in those of us eating meat, in those of us who have more muscles, in those of us supplementing with creatine, it just means that you're making more creatinine from creatine, and creatinine itself is not harmful. But if I go to a, quote, mainstream physician with a creatinine of 1.3, they're going to say, your kidneys are not functioning well. And I'll say, wait, hold on. I also got a cystatin C, which is not tied to creatinine intake, and my cystatin C level is always normal. So if you are supplementing with creatine, or you're eating a lot of meat, make sure you get a cystatin C in addition to your creatinine so that your doctor doesn't freak out. But this creatinine that's 1.3 is just an indication that I'm supplementing with creatine. It doesn't say my kidneys are bad in any way, shape, or form. And as I mentioned, I did get a cystatin C in this blood work. It's on a separate set of labs, and that was totally within normal. So my kidneys work just fine. Go figure, meat isn't bad for your kidneys. We knew that. The rest of the comprehensive metabolic panel are electrolytes, quote unquote. You see sodium, potassium, chloride, calcium, etc. Most people are not going to have derangements in these electrolytes, though I have seen some people have their sodium dip when they're limiting salt. Salt, sodium chloride, this is not harmful for humans. Every indigenous culture seeks out salt when they can get it and relishes it. They appreciate it. Humans need sodium to function. It's a nutrient, so don't fear salt. If you have high blood pressure, realize that's probably an indication that you have underlying insulin resistance. And if you have underlying insulin resistance, your body isn't very good at getting rid of that salt. Now, Mainstream medicine likes to treat that with diuretics or beta blockers or calcium channel blockers, but none of these get to the root cause, which is usually insulin resistance with high blood pressure. And if you have high blood pressure and you limit salt, your body will kick in other hormonal mechanisms like aldosterone and other hormones that work at the level of the kidney to hold on to salt, which have potentially negative consequences. So what we know is that when you limit salt, there's an increased incidence of postural hypotension, getting dizzy when you stand up, erectile dysfunction in men, potentially increased risk of falls with postural hypotension and dizziness. So salt limitation is not something that humans should be doing. Obviously, I think there's a limit to how much salt you will want to eat, and your body will tell you this because salt will start to taste bad. If you have a taste for salt, it could be that you have adrenal issues, or it could just be that you need more salt in your diet. I don't count how much salt I put on my food. It generally goes by taste at this point. But if I had to estimate, I'm probably getting between 5 and 8 grams of salt, that is sodium chloride, which is between 2.5 and 4 grams of sodium per day in my diet. With healthy kidneys, I should be able to excrete any excess of sodium from my diet just fine. But one of the problems that I ran into on a ketogenic diet many years ago was that no matter how much salt I ate, I could not hold on to my electrolytes. I've spoken about this in the past, but this has to do with the fact that we need insulin. Insulin is a peptide hormone that is produced in your pancreas, and it gets vilified, but it's an incredibly valuable thing for humans, and it's not really the bad guy at all. Insulin is not the bad guy. What is the bad guy? Stay tuned. I'll talk about that more later in the podcast, but insulin is not something to be feared. Do not fear blood glucose spikes. These are part of normal human physiology. Now, if you get a huge blood glucose spike from eating donuts and processed sugars along with seed oils, that's a different set of physiology than if you get a moderate glucose, quote, spike. Everyone fears this term now, from eating an orange or orange juice. God forbid you drink orange juice, or having honey in your raw milk. These are not pathological. And the notion that any uptick of your blood glucose is going to lead to glycation in your endothelium is just false. One of the people that I'd love to have on the podcast at some point in the future is glucose goddess Jessie Inchape, to have a friendly debate about our differences in opinions. But I think that this fearing of glucose spikes is not good for humans. Do not fear glucose spikes, quote unquote. Obviously, if you are diabetic and your blood sugar is going to 200 or 220, you're eating the wrong foods and too much of them. For most of us, normal human physiology includes blood glucose going to 130, 140, maybe even 150 milligrams per deciliter on a daily basis when you're eating carbohydrates, and that's totally fine. That is not harmful to you. Do not fear that. And I would love to have respectful discussion with anyone who feels otherwise, because there is really no good evidence that that is a harmful thing for humans. And I think there is way too much fear around increasing your blood glucose at all these days. And as I said, when I had essentially a flat blood glucose, my baseline was higher because my fasting glucose was high 90s or above 100, and I had essentially no insulin bumps throughout the day. It was very difficult for my kidneys to hold on to electrolytes. It led to muscle cramping. It led to heart palpitations. It led to being pretty darn miserable on a ketogenic diet. I think this happens for a lot of people. Protein is insulinogenic, but not as much as carbohydrates. So some people, perhaps, if they're eating a ton of protein per day, will get enough of an insulin spike to hold on to electrolytes. But I think a lot of people in the carbohydrate limiting communities struggle with electrolytes, and there isn't enough discussion about the fact that this is because we're really forcing our physiology into a realm that it doesn't want to be by limiting carbohydrates that much. So this is all to say, don't fear carbohydrates, and realize that if you're on a ketogenic or carnivore diet, like I once was and got a lot of benefit from it, and you're struggling with electrolyte issues, muscle cramping, supplementing with more and more salt usually isn't the answer. Just adding a moderate amount of carbohydrates based on how active you are will solve the issue. And we see that time and time again when people transition from strict carnivore diets of just animal foods to quote unquote an animal-based diet, whether it's with Heart and Soil through the Animal-Based 30 Challenge, or people do this on their own. They feel so much better at the level of their electrolytes because getting those insulin spikes throughout the day is normal human physiology. It doesn't lead to elevated fasting insulin or metabolic dysfunction, as you'll see later in my labs, et cetera, et cetera. So potassium is not something that many people have deranged in their physiology, and calcium in the blood is not a great indication of total calcium stores, but all of this is essentially within normal for me. I'm not really going to dwell on the protein, albumin, and globulin. That's a little too granular for this podcast. Suffice it to say they're all normal. No surprise there, because I'm getting plenty of bioavailable protein from my diet. Alkaline phosphatase is also normal. I will mention that AST and ALT are indications of liver function and or liver irritation. The other one to consider is getting a GGT, I have seen some people on ketogenic and carnivore diets see their AST and ALT go up, and I don't think that should be ignored. It does suggest that the liver is working harder than it would like to be, but as you can see, my AST and ALT are totally normal. And if you're curious about my levels of visceral fat, which would be fat around my organs, including my liver, I have previously shared my results of a DEXA scan on YouTube. My visceral fat was extremely low. My body fat was 10.5%, I think, when I did it. Legitimately, 10.5% as a 46-year-old. And that's basically where my body fat always is. So in addition to sharing labs, I wish more people in the health space would also share DEXA scans just to kind of give us a baseline of where people's visceral and subcutaneous fat are. As I mentioned, you can go back and look at the YouTube video of my DEXA scan. I'll put a link to it in the description. And my visceral fat was extremely low despite eating lots of fruit and honey and lots of carbohydrates, despite what people would argue in the ketogenic or carnivore space. And my body fat was extremely low as well. 10.5% for a male at 46 is pretty darn good. My bone density was normal. My muscle mass was normal. Interestingly, in my DEXA scan, both my left leg and my left arm had about a pound less muscle than my right side. Obviously, I'm right side dominant, but that's just an aside. You can see here that my CRP, the high sensitivity CRP, which is an indication of inflammation, is 0.6, which is pretty darn low. Again, meat, fruit, honey, fruit juice, not inflammatory. I've shared many times in the past multiple studies corroborating the notion that fruit juice improves endothelial function. Fruit juice is not inflammatory. You don't need to fear these things, guys. So my CRP is 0.6. You can see here my hemoglobin A1C is 5.3. That's about where it usually is. This is an average over 90 days of my blood sugar. You can see my average blood sugar, all the spikes in the day, is 111.4 grams per deciliter. And again, my hemoglobin A1C is 5.4. In the past, when I've seen people in the ketogenic and low carb spaces share their blood sugars and their hemoglobin A1C, the hemoglobin A1C is often higher than mine because their baseline is so much higher than mine. Even with blood sugar, quote, spikes throughout the day, my average blood sugar is 111, and I get a hemoglobin A1C of 5.3, which is totally within the safe and healthy range, despite eating 300 plus grams of carbohydrates from fruit and honey. Now, I'll just say a word about the amount of carbohydrates I eat in a day. In case you're new to this content, it's just what I do based on my activity level. I surf for 2 to 3 hours every morning. I do think that all humans benefit from some carbohydrates. Even if you're obese, even if you're diabetic, even if you're overweight, getting around 100 grams of carbohydrates a day minimum will lower stress hormones, things like cortisol, catecholamines, including epinephrine and norepinephrine, glucagon, which is persistently elevated on low carb or zero carbohydrate diets. All of these stress hormones work against your efforts toward weight loss and are essentially stress signals to the body. Do I think you need 300 grams of carbohydrates? No. I would scale above 100 based on how active you are and what your body needs, but realize that 100 grams of carbohydrates will take some of the stress hormones out of the equation, which I think will benefit you long term as a human. No matter where you are, no matter what your goals are, you can still lose weight without being keto. And I would argue that your thyroid hormones will be higher, which will keep your basal metabolism higher and lead to better health with long-term weight loss. Different podcast, but you get the idea. Next page, you can see my thyroid panel. So we're talking about the thyroid panel now. I think that this is important to see in any type of dietary strategy that you're doing. If you're trying to lose weight and you're limiting carbohydrates or you're limiting calories, check your thyroid. So TSH here is 1.18. You want your TSH to basically be on the low side. My TSH is almost always around 1.1. The reference range on TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone, which comes from your pituitary and goes to your thyroid gland, goes up to 4.2 micro IU per ml, but the 4.2 is almost always considered to be way too high by medical providers. So if your TSH is above 2, definitely above 2.5, your brain is kind of having to send extra signals to your thyroid that it should be working. So your TSH should probably be below 2.5. Mine is almost always 1.1. That's consistent with what I've seen in the past. The T4 and the T3, which is a little lower in this lab, these should be within the reference range. And one of the things I see consistently in myself in the past and on people I've worked with who are doing ketogenic or carnivore diets is that the T4 and the T3 go very far down. And this is not a normal thing. Those thyroid hormones are essentially like a dial in your body's thermostat. You want your basal metabolic rate to be higher. Across species, it is very clear that a higher basal metabolic rate, higher metabolism is associated with longevity. Within a species, especially whether it's dogs or mice or humans, higher metabolic rates are associated with more longevity. And I will repeat that within species, including humans and dogs and mice, the hotter you burn, and I'll repeat that within species, including humans, dogs, and mice, the hotter the flames are, the more your engine is stoked, the higher your basal metabolic rate, the more longevity that is associated with. Consider this the next time someone in the longevity community brags about a body temperature of 96.6 or something glacially cold like that. You should be checking. I also think it's very valuable and an easy test to check your morning body temperature to get a sense of your basal metabolic rate and your metabolism overall. Mine is almost always right around 98.6, sometimes even a little higher than that. But if your basal body temperature is low and you're on keto or carnivore, or you're low carb, or you're restricting calories, or you're fasting, it's a pretty clear indication that your body is not running optimally, that your engine is not running as hot as it should be, and you want your metabolism to be high. It's associated with longevity. So don't get cold. Give your body the fuel it needs, micronutrients from meat and organs, carbohydrates that you digest well, whether it's from fruit or honey, or whatever carbohydrates, even tubers, if you digest those
I got
well.
a little bowl
of
of some
grains,
berries and
I would
honey,
just consider
actually.
fermenting the grains and detoxifying the grains as much as possible. But giving your body carbohydrates from whatever source you tolerate will help give your body the signal of abundance, and you'll see it in your thyroid hormones and in your sex hormones. I'm just going to scroll down here so you can see the T3. You can see here free T3 3.2, free T4 1.31. So again, you want to see the full thyroid panel to know how your thermostat is doing. You want your basal metabolism to be high. That's an indication of health. What's another good metric of health and longevity? This cortisol to DHES ratio. It's something that I spoke about on a previous podcast with Georgi Dinkov. And you want your cortisol to be as low as possible and your DHEAS to be as high as possible.
I ate a little bit of meat today, like a really small amount. Well, since it's basically the next day now,
honestly shared their labs.
we're gonna have a New York strip steak. I've never had a New York strip steak actually.
Testosterone and androgens to even.
But we're gonna have that for dinner, so I'm not gonna eat steak
And they think that their cortisol
or meat throughout the day up until
too high because the cortisol would be
probably
high,
12 hours or something.
DHEAS would be low. You can see here my cortisol is 12.5 random in the morning, and my DHEAS, that's DHEA sulfate, was 142. To give a ratio of 0.084 for my cortisol to DHEAS ratio. If you're interested in literature looking at this ratio, I'll share this study. Cortisol, DHEA sulfate, their ratio, and all cause and cause-specific mortality in the Vietnam experience study. Basically, the authors say that this is one of the best ratios for longevity and predicting low rates of cause-specific mortality and all-cause mortality, and yet I haven't heard anyone in the longevity space be willing to share theirs or talk about this ratio. So if you want to live a long time, keep your cortisol low and your DHEAS, which is an androgen, DHEA is dehydroepiandrosterone sulfate, keep that as high as possible. How do you do that? Well, you need to eat carbohydrates to do that because carbohydrates are a signal of abundance. Obviously, the quality of those carbohydrates matter. You need to give your body nutrients from meat and organs. You need to sleep, you need to get sun, and you need to have a slow stress life. I think the one piece of this that gets left out of a lot of people's equations is the sleep piece. If you're not sleeping enough or you're not sleeping well, your cortisol is definitely going to be higher. If you're not eating carbohydrates, your cortisol is going to be higher, along with the glucagon and the epinephrine and the norepinephrine. And it's very well accepted that cortisol is an aging hormone. So a lot of the interventions that people in longevity space recommend, whether it's caloric restriction or fasting, limitation of meat, limitation of carbohydrates, these all increase cortisol. Cortisol is a stress hormone. It's an aging hormone for humans. Cortisol to DHEAS ratio is going to be higher. All of those point toward increased aging, worse longevity, and yet they're in vogue today. So do the opposite of those things. Sleep, get in the sun, eat meat, don't fear carbohydrates, especially from fruit or honey, raw milk, or whatever source of carbohydrates you tolerate. Maybe don't overstress yourself in the cold plunge, guys. And maybe don't overstress yourself in the sauna either. That's a subject for a different podcast. I'll just point out here, according to the authors, a higher cortisol to DHEAS ratio was related to an increased risk of death by other causes in the age-adjusted model. The hazard ratio was 3.1.
That's your favorite cut, really?
That's a pretty significant. That's like 3 times higher risk with an increased higher cortisol to DHEAS ratio. you want to know what your cortisol to DHEAS ratio is.
I've been
You
doing
want
more
to
exercise
keep it
too.
as low as possible, which means giving your body signals of abundance. Things like meat, things like
I'm
carbohydrates.
not really
things
getting
like
sore
sleep,
anymore
things
either,
like
which is
sunlight,
kind of funny.
giving
I
your
haven't
body
went
food
like
throughout the
crazy
day,
or
not
anything, but
fasting.
usually I'd get
Actually,
sore
not a fan
from
of fasting. I've spoken
anything
about that in
from
the
this.
past. And not restricting calories. Obviously, some people will say, how am I going to lose weight if I don't restrict calories? And I will say this. The important thing to consider here is that if you want to lose weight, applying moderation and discipline is going to be necessary. But I think applying moderation and discipline to the amount of food you eat or when you eat it is the wrong use of your efforts. Apply that moderation and discipline to the quality of the food you
Really?
eat.
That sounds
There is
nice.
no better way to long-term health and sustainable weight loss than to improve your food quality. What is improved food quality, Paul? It's things that your great grandmother would recognize as unprocessed meat and plant foods as you can eat. That is high quality food. The more high quality food you eat, the more full you will be, the easier it will be to lose weight. That is the way to sustainable weight loss. Counting calories, over fasting, over stressing your body, again, elevates all the stress hormones. That will lead to problems long term. Let's keep going on the blood work here. We'll get to the cholesterol panel. I think this is probably what you guys were all waiting for. Lineage meat sticks are here, guys. In case you've been living under a rock and you didn't know, I built a new company with my buddy Anthony Gustin, and our first product are these grass-fed, grass-finished meat sticks with organs. I strongly believe, I will stand behind this statement, cholesterol 222, triglycerides 89, HDL 53. This is where these usually are in the last couple of years since I've been doing a animal-based diet. You can see my LDL is 151, and in case you're wondering, my ApoB is 129. Now, let me talk about why I don't think this is a problem. When I was a strict carnivore, my LDL cholesterol was above 300, and my good friend Dave Feldman, who I've had on the podcast, has done some research with something he calls the lipid energy model. I think there's a good amount of evidence to suggest that if you are keto or carnivore, if you are limiting carbohydrates, for many people, their bodies will use the substrate found in LDL lipoprotein particle for energy, which means that if you are limiting carbohydrates, your LDL may be higher. When I included carbohydrates in my diet again, my LDL went down significantly from 350 to around 150 every time I checked. Give or take, my LDL is usually around 150. I've had it as low as 130 and as high as 160 milligrams per deciliter, but that's where my LDL is when I am eating enough carbohydrates, down from 350. And the other thing that I think to consider is that if you are not eating enough carbohydrates, if your thyroid is not functioning properly, that can lead to problems with LDL metabolism as well. So lipid energy model plus minus, is your thyroid normal if you're keto? The other thing to consider here is that there's a clear relationship between the ratio of saturated to polyunsaturated plus monounsaturated fats in your diet and your LDL cholesterol. What do I mean by this? The more saturated fat that I eat and the less polyunsaturated fat that I eat, the higher my LDL cholesterol is going to be. I could lower my LDL cholesterol easily by adding corn or canola or soybean oil to my food. I could lower my LDL cholesterol easily by not using butter or tallow, fats that I believe are very healthy, and by only using olive oil, a fat that is, I would say, clearly inferior to animal fats for a variety of reasons, including the fact that it's often tainted with seed oils. It's very low quality in many cases, like I said, tainted with seed oils, oxidized, etc. I don't think olive oil is the worst thing in the world. It's better than seed oils because it's not refined, bleached, and deodorized. But there's a clear relationship here, and it's that the more saturated fat that I eat, my LDL goes up maybe 10 to 15% when I'm eating max saturated fat in my diet. And this is just normal human physiology. There's something called a homeoviscous model of adaptation that I won't get into in this podcast, but I believe that the membranes of our cells probably shift in relationship to our fat composition. And when we're eating more saturated fat, the body has to make changes in the membranes to keep them at a certain level of fluidity. And that requires LDL to go up a little bit to move cholesterol into the membranes of our cells. Now, consider this. There are many, many examples of people with cholesterol levels that are essentially equivalent to mine living in the natural world that don't have rates of heart disease that are high at all. In fact, they have vanishingly small amounts of cardiovascular disease with levels of LDL cholesterol that are essentially equivalent or even higher than mine. Who am I talking about? There's been a number of studies on people living in the Polynesian atolls, and you'll love the names here, the Tokelauans and the Pukapukans. What we find is that the Tokelauans, these people are essentially neighbors in the Polynesian atolls. The Tokelauans eat significantly more saturated fat, predominantly from coconuts, than the Pukapukans. Not surprisingly, their LDL and total cholesterols are about 20 to 30 milligrams per deciliter higher. but they don't have more heart disease than the Pukapukkans. In fact, both the Pukapukkans and the Tokelauans have vanishingly low rates of heart disease. Imagine that, not related to the amount of LDL or total cholesterol in their bodies, probably because they're insulin sensitive, because they're not eating a bunch of seed oils and other garbage processed foods. I'll show you guys the study. Cholesterol, coconuts, and diet on Polynesian atolls, a natural experiment, the Puka Puka and Tokelau Island studies. Primary author here is Ian Pryor. You can see here that even in the abstract, they say that the serum cholesterol levels are 35 to 40 milligrams higher in Tokelauans than Pukapukkans. Both of these populations have vanishingly low rates of vascular disease, cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, strokes, etc. If you look at the anthropometric data on them, they are all quite lean. These people are not obese. You can see the actual cholesterol levels here in table 2. And you can see that the Pukapukkans versus the Tokelauans, there's a real difference.
This is
here.
very confusing to me.
Males aged
I'm excited to
45
get mine done
54,
eventually, though. For
mean total cholesterol is 220 milligrams per deciliter. That's exactly what mine is. And the Pukapukkans are a little lower because they don't eat as many coconuts. They don't eat as much saturated fat. They're 178. But the Tokelauans, with their higher cholesterol, don't have higher rates of cardiovascular disease. Look at the females. Females 45 to 54, again, total cholesterol 220. 55 to 64, total cholesterol 245 in the female Tokelauans. And again, vanishingly low rates of cardiovascular disease. We see something very similar in Catawba. Primary author here is Stefan Lindeberg. Again, very healthy people, low, vanishingly low incidence of cardiovascular disease markers, high blood pressure, etc. And they are essentially free from cardiovascular disease and stroke, as he says in the title of the paper. If you look at the cholesterol levels here, you can see that females in Catawba, the total cholesterol 40 to 59 years old is 6.4 millimole per liter, which is around 245 milligrams per deciliter. That's higher than mine. The LDL cholesterol of the females is 4.6 millimole, which is 175, again, higher than mine. So there's plenty of evidence of free-living populations of humans that consume significant amounts of saturated fat. We see their cholesterol go, quote, up with no
really? Okay,
increase
yeah, I
in
hope it is.
cardiovascular
It better
disease.
be.
I've done multiple podcasts on cholesterol. If you have questions about cholesterol, why I don't believe that higher LDL always leads to an increase in cardiovascular risk, why I believe there must be a contextualization here, including the insulin sensitivity. And what we see in humans who are insulin sensitive is that the relationship between LDL cholesterol and or ApoB and cardiovascular disease essentially vanishes. In some studies, like the Framingham cohort, there is a very weak connection between LDL and cardiovascular disease, even in the most insulin sensitive people, but it is much, much lower than what happens in people who are insulin resistant. So clearly insulin resistance is driving the majority of the connection between LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular disease. Any residual association between LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular disease can be driven by all sorts of other factors that are not accounted for by insulin sensitivity that can damage the endothelium, one of the primary inciting events of cardiovascular disease. I would argue things like smoking, things like toxins in the environment, diesel smoke, etc. There are so many things that can damage the endothelium, and I believe ApoB is not one of them unless that ApoB is oxidized. So circle back a moment to where I talked about the fact that eating more saturated fat, my LDL goes up. Well, we know from studies that when you decrease the saturated fat in your diet and you increase the polyunsaturated fats from seed oils, your LDL may go down, but your oxidized LDL and your Lp(a), marker that I'll show you in my labs in a moment, will go up. So even though seed oils and potentially even monounsaturated fats from olive oil, though that's unclear, will lower your cholesterol, your ApoB, and your LDL, they almost certainly increase the susceptibility of your LDL to oxidation. That has been shown in multiple randomized controlled trials that I've spoken about in the past with regard to seed oils. So your LDL and ApoB levels must be taken in context. And there's good evidence that if your LDL is oxidized, and it's more susceptible to oxidation when you're eating seed oils, that potentially may affect your endothelium negatively. But in someone who is metabolically healthy with an LDL/ApoB particle that is more resistant to oxidation, because more of that LDL particle is full of saturated fats from your diet.
Yep, I just ate a bunch of antioxidants, wild
is not necessarily
blueberry.
going to be harmful for your endothelium, and we see that over and over in the research. And I think that is what is getting missed by so many in the space who are telling you to lower your ApoB at all costs. What costs? Well, PCSK9 inhibitors, statins. If your LDL is elevated, you should be on a statin, right? And statins don't have many side effects, right? Except that, I mean, look at this trial from 2012 when patients with Alzheimer's dementia were on statins and the statins were withdrawn, their cognition got better. And the cognition got worse when they went back on the statin. So if you think a statin is a benign drug, you haven't talked to someone that's been on a statin, and maybe you're not on a statin. Because when I worked with patients in cardiology, so many patients, way more than the drug companies would lead you to believe, had muscle aches, erectile dysfunction, sexual dysfunction, memory problems. These are not benign drugs, and that's not surprising because if you inhibit the production of cholesterol, a valuable compound in our body to make cell membranes,
Yeah, I
you also
remember
inhibit
you
the production
telling
of
me
things
that.
like coenzyme Q10, involved in the electron transport chain in mitochondria, and squalene, other valuable molecules for humans. Those are difficult to replace in their entirety. Statins are not benign drugs. There are better ways to lower your cardiovascular risk. Consider also that, as according to this study from 2007, in 400 healthy term infants, 200 in the breastfeeding group, levels of cholesterol between 14 weeks and 6 months were pretty close to where mine were, 205 milligrams per deciliter. So when people are suggesting that neonatal levels of cholesterol are lower than adult levels, I don't really understand that because this is healthy for babies when they're breastfed by their mothers, levels of cholesterol that are 205 milligrams per deciliter, but that's not healthy for an adult human. These babies are developing atherosclerosis when they're being breastfed, less than 6 months old. We're just killing our children by allowing them to have LDL cholesterol, a substance that should be completely eliminated from humans. Obviously, I'm being facetious. This line of thinking is ludicrous, but I fear that some people in the space would have us give PCSK9 inhibitors like Repatha to infants these days, because no one should have an LDL cholesterol or an ApoB above 100, not even an infant, right? It's killing them. Obviously, there's something wrong with this picture, guys. Consider this study as well, total cholesterol and all-cause mortality by sex and age, a prospective cohort study of 12.8 million adults. What was the optimal level of total cholesterol for longevity? Oh, not surprisingly, it was between 210 and 240 milligrams per deciliter, right where mine is, eating a diet rich in saturated fat, consistent with where our ancestors have been. As you can see here, the hazard ratio of all-cause mortality goes up when your cholesterol is less than 210, probably related to the fact that we know that low cholesterols are associated with cancers. Now, what direction that level of causality goes is questionable, but probably when you have cancer, your cholesterol goes down. So we can't say that low cholesterol causes cancer, but the high end of cholesterol and mortality is probably related to people who are insulin resistant. But it's interesting that 210 to 240 milligrams per deciliter is the optimal range of cholesterol for all-cause mortality. How come that never gets talked about in these longevity circles of people who are telling you to lower your ApoB as much as possible? I don't get it. And the last piece of literature I'll share regarding LDL cholesterol is this study from 2023 in Circulation. Low-density lipoprotein cholesterol is predominantly associated with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease events in patients with evidence of coronary atherosclerosis. This is the Western Denmark Heart Registry. 23,132 consecutive patients had CTA, which is computed tomography angiography, or CAC scans, which is coronary artery calcium scans. And what they found was that in patients that had a 0 CAC score, so no calcified plaque in their arteries, there was no relationship between LDL cholesterol and future cardiovascular risk. Yes, that's what I said, that in this registry of 23,000 people, if you had a 0 CAC score, there's no relationship between LDL cholesterol levels and cardiovascular disease risk, suggesting that in people who have a 0 CAC score, they're doing things right, they're probably metabolically healthy. It didn't matter in this group what their LDL was in terms of their cardiovascular risk. It didn't matter. In people who had a positive CAC, people that already had the cat out of the bag, people that are probably insulin resistant already, those people did see a relationship between LDL and cardiovascular disease. So the clear path forward here is get insulin sensitive. You want to be metabolically healthy, focus on that rather than lowering your LDL. That's the most important piece of this equation. Metabolic health, insulin resistance, this is the crux upon which LDL and cardiovascular risk is based. If you are metabolically healthy, the connection, the association, the correlation between LDL and cardiovascular disease is massively attenuated. And I would argue in most people, there's a very, very low risk or not even a risk at all, like they saw in this study here of 23,000 people in Denmark. So the most important thing is not to obsess over your LDL. The most important thing is to obsess over your metabolic health. How do you get metabolically healthy? I believe the best way to get metabolically healthy is to improve the quality of your food, cut out the garbage, cut out the seed oils, cut out the high fructose corn syrup, cut out the processed food. That will lead to healthy weight loss long term and improved metabolic health. And that is the crux of the LDL versus cardiovascular disease equation. We'll keep going on my labs here and wrap this up. You can see that my vitamin D is 80. I do not supplement with vitamin D. I just live near the equator in Costa Rica. I talked about my ApoB is 129. Homocysteine relates to my methylation, and I have since started taking a methylated B vitamin. Since I got this, I would like to see my homocysteine less than 10, probably less than 8. So I'll share that the next time I get blood work. My fasting insulin is, drumroll, 3.6 micro IU per ml. And I eat 300 to 400 grams of carbohydrates a day. So tell me again that LDL causes cardiovascular disease after our last discussion, and tell me again that sugar will make me insulin resistant, because I'm pretty darn insulin sensitive here. Uric acid is something else that people worry about with regard to fructose or carbohydrates in the form of honey. My uric acid is 4.3, totally normal. Carbohydrates like fructose do not cause gout in and of themselves. Insulin resistance is, again, the driver of your gout. Fruit didn't cause your gout. Insulin resistance did. I eat tons of fruit juice, tons of honey, and my uric acid is 4.3. I need to get David Perlmutter on here and argue with him about that respectfully. Ferritin is 69. That's a storage form of iron. I'll come back to that in a moment. Let's get into my hormones. FSH, 4.2. My prolactin, 7.89. You want your prolactin to be as on the low side. A high prolactin indicates there's either something going on in your brain, like an adenoma, or excess estrogen. We talked about my free T3 and free T4 earlier. You see my dihydrotestosterone, something I always get, is 430. Again, no TRT here. Luteinizing hormone is 7.33. Total testosterone is, I know you guys all want to see this, 814. Free testosterone, 12.5. Bioavailable, 320. I talked about my DHEAS earlier. So I am a 46-year-old male on no TRT, have never taken it. Total testosterone, 814. If I were taking TRT, my LH and FSH would be depressed. That's how it works. If you're taking exogenous testosterone, your pituitary gland stops telling your testicles to make it. My LH and FSH are totally within normal. Greg Doucette thought that based on my last set of labs, I was taking clomiphene, but I can say very clearly I am not taking clomiphene. And I told Greg that I'd be willing to take a random blood test for clomiphene anytime. And when it's negative, he owes me a ribeye steak. I'm not taking anything for my testosterone, guys. And it's normal for a 46-year-old male to have a testosterone of 800 plus. If your testosterone is low, think about nutrients, think about sleep, think about seed oils, think about all kinds of things. I've done a whole podcast on that in the past. I mentioned B12 and folate earlier. It always bugs me that on blood work they say folic acid when in fact there's no folic acid in the human body. This should say folate. Folic acid is something you should root out of your life. Do not take supplements or any sort of compound, vitamins, etc. that have folic acid.
The fact that that's
There's good
labeled
research to
wrong
suggest
is
that your body
crazy.
can't convert folic acid into the usable form, dihydrofolate or tetrahydrofolate, very well. Unmetabolized folic acid floating around in your body or your family's body is potentially problematic for humans. So this should say folate. My folate is above 20. No surprise there. I'm taking a methylated B vitamin and I eat lots of liver and heart. Again, my B12 is quite high because I'm eating animal foods. Go figure. B12 is also associated with longevity, and even vegans in the longevity community will supplement B12. Probably could just eat some meat. So that's most of my hormones. Again, I will say that I think that it is totally possible for a nearly 50-year-old male to have a robust testosterone if you are living your life well, if you're sleeping, if you're getting nutrients, if you're not overstressing yourself. And testosterone is great, and I feel good in terms of libido, especially when I prioritize my sleep. Last
I'm
but not
surprised
least,
you didn't like blur anything out.
little a, LP little a, it's 13.1. As I mentioned earlier, if you're eating seed oils or excess polyunsaturated
Again, he said he
fats,
doesn't even live
your
there, but
ApoB and your
still.
LDL may go down, but your LP little a and your oxidized LDL will go up. LP little a is essentially a scavenger molecule for oxidized cholesterol. Those going up will increase your cardiovascular risk significantly. That is not something you want. Seed oils are clearly harmful for humans. If you don't know, now you know. My iron panel is here. It's something I've talked about in the past. You can see here that my iron saturation is 62%, and my hematocrit earlier was 51. I don't have hemochromatosis, which is a congenital condition where you absorb and hold on to excess iron. You store a lot of iron. It leads to essentially a bronze diabetes where your skin can become dark. You become diabetic because your pancreas is damaged from all the excess iron. I don't have that. We saw that my ferritin was within normal and on the, in fact, low side. I've been doing regular phlebotomy, but I do hold on to and store iron pretty avidly. So I just think about my iron levels, and I've started doing therapeutic phlebotomy. I feel better when I'm doing that. You can see my iron is all within normal, and just that percent saturation is high. Probably an indication, again, that I hold on to iron very avidly. If you're a male especially, you should know what's going on with your iron levels. I don't make any medical recommendations on the podcast, but I think that a lot of us males would feel better if our ferritin levels were less than 100. And doing regular phlebotomy has helped me get mine from as high as 332 down to now 69. It's been even lower than that at 50 or 30s in the past. The one thing that I skipped over with my hormones is sex hormone binding globulin. You can see my SHBG is 57. And when I was doing keto, my SHBG was 125. And my SHBG was also higher when my iron was higher. So doing phlebotomy and adding carbohydrates to my diet has lowered my sex hormone binding globulin significantly, which allows more free testosterone to circulate. Free testosterone is valuable and is also something that leads to the effects of the level of the receptor in the nucleus. So you want more free testosterone. You don't want your SHBG to be high. Again, yet one more thing that I think people should be sharing in the keto and carnivore and low carb spaces, so we can understand that when you limit carbohydrates, it can have negative effects on your sex hormones. When I was a strict carnivore, my total testosterone went below 500. And again, now, every time I check it, it's around 800, depending on how I've slept. So that is essentially all of my blood work. I went through it all, showed you guys all of it. If you want to recreate this blood work, I'll put a list of all the blood work I just shared with you on the screen in terms of the actual things to get.
Oh, I see. So what does that do exactly?
Panel. You want to get a fasting insulin, you want to get a homocysteine, you want to get folate, B12, a full thyroid panel, including free T3, free T4, even a reverse T3 would be helpful. You want to make sure you're getting a full hormonal panel with testosterone, estradiol,
Oh, I see. That's pretty cool.
LH, FSH, SHBG. You want to look at HSCRP. You want to look at homocysteine. You want to get a full iron panel. You want to look at cortisol. You want to look at DHEAS. You want to make sure you check vitamin B12, folic acid, which is actually folate, but the labs will say it's folic acid. Check a prolactin. Check a uric acid. 25-hydroxy vitamin D.
Oh no, what's he gonna say about this? MSG is bad for us, bro. I fell for it at first because everyone was like, oh, it's just a flavor enhancer like garlic. See what this guy has to say.
These age-old food myths to the ultimate test.
This guy's at 9 million subs. He better be telling what's true.
See if they're actually myths or facts. So with all that being said, let's begin with number 1. Myth. You can test your pasta's doneness by throwing it at the wall, and if it sticks, it's done. I have pasta cooking right now. It is currently not done. That is clearly not cooked. Oh, now this is undercooked. How do I know this is undercooked? Take a look at the inside. That is dry pasta. More specifically, cooked pasta, you can't snap in half like that. Do I even need to show anything else? At this point, it's just mixing with a little bit of water that is already left in your protein. That's it. Myth busted. Myth. A smoothie is only a smoothie. Myth. MSG is bad for you. MSG stands for monosodium glutamate, which is just an amino acid. People who claim MSG is bad for you have no idea that glutamate is naturally occurring in several of the foods that we buy every day. Here's a list of just some of them. But look,
bro, it doesn't matter.
MSG is bad for you, and guess what, brother? We have a study from the Journal of Comprehensive Reviews in Food Science and Food Safety that found flaws in other studies that have attempted to prove MSG is harmful. That said, I do have a friend I want to call and assess this with. There he is. You again. And I want to call and
bro, this is like advertising for MSG.
comprehensive reviews in food science and food safety that found flaws in other studies that have attempted to prove MSG is harmful. That said, I do have a friend I want to call and assess this with.
Natural MSG is fine. But synthesized or extracted is not okay.
Look what happened. Look, I have an important question. Is MSG bad for you?
What? Of course MSG not bad for you. It makes everything better. The king of flavor. But of course everything bad for you if you eat too much.
True.
Alcohol, amazing thing. But you drink too much, you become alcoholic. Just use MSG in moderation. That's all okay.
Thank you, Uncle Roger.
No problem. I hate your marble, Uncle Joshua. Bye-bye.
Bye. Maybe there will be more science that comes out, but just like Uncle Roger said, in moderation, you'll be just fine. Myth busted. Disclaimer, I am not a doctor, nor am I a scientist. So take that with a little grain of salt, or maybe a grain of MSG. Myth, fresh pasta is better than fried pasta. We got dried pasta that's already been buttered and salted. We're just doing butter noodles, all right? And now we bake once, or really any meat for that matter, to get a good sear. I tend to subscribe to this, but is it actually true? So I have a steak searing in here. I'm gonna keep doing that.
I know, bro. I can't believe it, dude. 9 million. And he's over here saying that, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Moderation. Moderation doesn't work, bro.
LH.
Tell me when moderation works. I can't think of a time. Usually, like, especially when it comes to like addictive substances, moderation. Moderation is how people get addicted to nicotine. Like, I know I was there, you know. And it's just like, you know, you're like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna do this once. Oh, I'm just gonna do it a little. And then by the time you realize that you're just hitting it literally every 5 seconds. Crazy. I couldn't believe it. I had a feeling. Wait, what is that sound? Oh, wait, that's Overwatch. It's terrible. Dude, my recommendation is hilarious, honestly. It's such a wide variety, but it's also the same kind of stuff at the same time. Can you actually taste the difference between onions? Of course you can. Bro, I need to figure out how to make some carnivore biscuits and gravy. Oh no, 47 food hacks to make your food healthier. I'm scared to even look at that video now. Obviously, okay, so like removing removing things is good, right? But I just like I feel like if you have the care to start removing things, just go all the way with it. Literally find out that pastrami looks freaking amazing though. Holy crap. Not gonna lie. It's always best to just go all the way with it. Obviously, like it takes time and it takes like a lot of discipline to stop eating a lot of these things, but it's for sure worth it. Because if you care, that means you care enough. You just gotta force yourself. Seed oil salad, yuck. I'm happy so many people are like roasting all this stuff now, though. At the point where you're eating for health, not taste, same, but it also still tastes really good. There's just there's like a few items, like for example, biscuits and gravy, like that's one of my favorite foods of all time, so it's like it really sucks, but I'm gonna make a carnivore biscuits and gravy and upload it or something. Yeah, me too, for sure. Like, yeah, especially like the fact that you can like, there's so much you can do with carnivore and I had no clue, like make a freaking pizza. Not, I mean, these ones aren't bad, but that other pizza, this guy, I want to see his tortillas
You know
because
what I
he
can't
made some
stand about
amazing
most
looking pizza.
carnivore tortillas? They either taste like eggs or they're super gritty and have a really weird texture, but not anymore. Hey guys, Chris Cook in Nashville here. Today we have carnivore tortillas. So you can do carnivore, keto, taco night, however it is you like to do it. I have these fantastic tortillas sitting in front of us and made my lovely wife a lovely keto taco. And this is a recipe that is kind of based a little bit off of the first carnivore tortilla recipe I did a long time ago. But there were some things with that one that I wasn't quite happy with. And I think this has finally addressed all of those issues. This is by far, in my opinion, the best carnivore tortilla that I've ever tried. We're gonna see what Miss Ash freezer for probably a few months. And as long as you thaw them back out in the refrigerator and then you do that last drying step before you serve them, I think they're gonna come out absolutely fantastic. And I think it's gonna be very easy to work with. So she loves the tacos and these carnivore tortillas that have made them. Let me show you guys how we do it this time around for 2.0.
All right, here are all of our ingredients for making our carnivore tortillas. This is 1 cup of sour cream, and you can use any kind you like. This is 1 whole egg. Right here I have 1 tablespoon of butter. I have 2 teaspoons of gelatin, unflavored gelatin. I have 4 teaspoons of egg white powder. And over here I have around 1/4 cup to 1/2 cup of cream. You can use more or less depending on the texture, but we'll adjust that as we mix. So what we're going to do is start putting everything into this bowl so we can get these mixed. You can get water when, but I'm just going to assess. I'm also going to make is how much you're going to use, but for me and this ladle, about 2/3 of this ladle is perfect. I'm going to pour it right in the center and immediately start from the center and spread it out, and you want to get that done quickly and then get the ladle away from the skillet because this is going to start to cook. I'm also going to turn my heat down on low at this point to make sure it doesn't get too hot. And flip it over. I also find it useful to use a flat pancake turner to just press down and make sure it makes good contact with the skillet. Just be careful that it doesn't stick to your pancake turner and tear. Get it to feel a little bit dry
pretty
to
good.
the touch on the outside, and the very
What else does he have? Carnivore fried rice. Carnivore pancakes? Are you serious?
Hey y'all, Chris Cook in Nashville here. It is pancake night. Ash is very excited about this. Let me show you guys this incredible carnivore pancake recipe, which you can then do carnivore
of sour cream. Also, see a little too thick, but I kind of like working with it thick. It makes these puffier, so I'm going to spread that out. This is another way to make sure they're full crusty sausages now inside of this pancake, and then I'm going to add a couple of pieces.
Keto pumpkin pie. Wait, that's keto, not carnivore. So,
Hey guys, Chris Cook in Nashville. We're gonna see what this is optional if you want. Then flavor of keto chow if you heavy whipping this bowl prefer and however much you like. There are 2 to the whipped cream so that it's not really nice. There's our ice cream mixture. All we need to do now is freeze it. And we'll cover this overnight and dish.
what is in keto chow, bro? What is in? Oh no. What is in here? No, bro, there's natural and artificial flavors. This is all garbage. Sunflower oil. What even is this, bro? Oh no. Crazy. Just like that one 0-carb mayo, it's just a trap. Fuck. Oh. Crazy. Wait, is X Defiant come out again? It should be soon, I think. Bro, that was horrifying. Classic. I think it's at 11 hours. Dang, so apparently, like, people are doing this thing where they look up before 2023, basically, on, before 2023 and then Google something after it. So it went from the carnivore diet is a fad diet that involves eating only animal products such as meat, eggs, and dairy, and eliminating all plant foods, a type of ketogenic diet that's associated with pseudoscientific health claims. The diet caused deficiencies in vitamins and dietary fiber and increased the risk of chronic disease. If you search it, before 2023, it just says eggs, fish, beef, organ meats. Doesn't say that. Telling you right now, like, again, I don't know the long term, but I mean, if the short term is good, why would the long term be good? Or why would it be bad? Why wouldn't it be good when it comes to a diet? At least, I don't know, just the giant like changes that I've seen that are like very positive. Also, apparently they're looking to ban artificial dyes and stuff. Apparently. Keep seeing stuff about it. I'm not sure if Oh, yeah, I know it is. Trying to think of what I want to do. Might push-ups. Seeing things about ivermectin as well. Twitter. Also, I don't screen share Twitter because technically some of the stuff could be TOS because a lot of stuff has been getting like exposed recently, and I don't want any of that to show up. But I'm glad people are exposing stuff. It's been like crazy recently, actually. But then again, there's a lot of false information, but there's a lot of like really good information too, which is pretty nice. But yeah, they're talking about ivermectin and all the benefits. You know what else is? Freaking Bill Gates, bro. What is up with this guy? gonna put up a random video and then do some push-ups and stuff. And then I'll be back on. I'll just
3 mistakes that you may be making on an animal-based diet.
Let me talk to you about LDL cholesterol real quick, because there's this common misconception. I have a family member who recently was diagnosed with high LDL, and the first thing the doctor went to is, we need to put you on a statin in perpetuity.
Right.
And when I look at her, yes, she's up there in age, late 60s, early 70s, but has the health of an average, probably 45 or 50-year-old, but just sees this one marker on a test, and we now think that she should be on statins. So can we talk about, is high LDL cholesterol bad? And also, are statins problematic in any way?
And what are statins and what is LDL?
Right. This is a super important question. I'll do my best to make it palatable, but it's not going to be in 60 seconds. So that clock, we don't even need
Just throw out the clock.
We don't even need the clock. So LDL cholesterol is low density lipoprotein. It's a balloon. It's a spherical molecule in your body that has a single lipid monolayer, and it carries cholesterol and triglycerides. It's essentially like a bus that moves from your liver, the bus station, to other tissues of your body and supplies them with building blocks. So now we've already seen that LDL has a functional positive role in the human body. Those building blocks being cholesterol and triglycerides. Cholesterol, yes, is a valuable nutrient in your body. It's the backbone of your steroid hormones. So all progesterone, estrogen, pregnenolone, testosterone is built from a cholesterol backbone. Is it a steroid backbone? It travels on an LDL bus to tissues of your body. Now there's buses that go back. An LDL can go back, or HDL buses can usually go back to the liver. This is obviously an oversimplification. There's lots of buses that move around your body on bus routes. And so the LDL is carrying passengers. They get off at certain stops. Other passengers can get on and move back to the liver, generally speaking. Now, in the LDL particle, there are these other molecules, triglycerides and cholesterol. But we think of cholesterol is a misnomer, because cholesterol is the steroid molecule, but LDL is a type of cholesterol. But LDL is not cholesterol in any way, shape, or form. It's just a bus that carries a cholesterol molecule. So LDL canonically has been thought of as bad, but let's reframe it. Let's just back up and think, why would a molecule that is essential for human life be bad for us? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And we know there are genetic syndromes where you don't make enough cholesterol because of enzymatic genetic defects in the cholesterol synthesis pathway. The liver makes a lot of cholesterol. You eat cholesterol and the liver makes cholesterol, and the liver exports it on the bus to other parts of the body. But there's a condition called Smith-Lemli-Opitz syndrome, where one of the enzymes in the synthesis of cholesterol in the body is broken and you don't make a lot of cholesterol. These kids have depression, they have sleep issues, a lot of them die in utero, and they have massive susceptibility to infections, and they're given egg yolks as a therapy for their disease. So they're given basically a bag of cholesterol, which is an egg yolk, to treat their disease. We know that in animal models, if you deplete an animal, a rat or a mouse, of cholesterol, of LDL cholesterol, they're more susceptible to infections. If you give a rat or a mouse more LDL cholesterol, they have more resilience to infectious insults. We know that in humans, and this has been studied at many different levels, those humans with higher levels of LDL tend to resist infections and have less hospital admissions. And in the elderly, in elderly cohorts, 75 and above, I believe, those with the highest levels of LDL live the longest and have the most longevity. So there's a real conundrum here in our minds when 99% perhaps of doctors would tell you that LDL is bad. How can this be? And I think it's because the LDL molecule gets associated with increased levels of heart disease so often in tests in humans, whether these are observational epidemiology studies. And we say those people, in some people, as the level of LDL rises in the body, we see an increase in cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease being this process of atherosclerosis, right? The formation of a plaque in the arterial wall. So atherosclerosis, heart disease, is in the arterial wall. You have an artery, and if you cut that artery in this direction and you're looking down the center of the pipe, the wall of the artery is where all the action happens for atherosclerosis. And there are levels
of cells in the arterial wall. There's an endothelium, which is the inside. There's an intima, there's a media. And so subintimally, between the intima and the media, is generally where the atherosclerotic plaque happens. And in people who have higher levels of cholesterol at a very basic high level, you may see an association between more LDL in the blood, higher levels of heart disease. But if you look deeper, it gets really interesting because in many population studies, NHANES, which is a population, or Framingham study, if you break that relationship down, and I almost need a whiteboard to explain this, but let's look at a relationship. On the x-axis, you have the amount of LDL cholesterol in the human body, and say it's running from 100 to 150 to 200 milligrams per deciliter, and then above 200. And on the y-axis, you have incidence of cardiovascular disease, the percentage of people or the relative risk of developing a heart attack or the precursors, meaning this atherosclerosis in the vessel wall. If you look at the Framingham data overall, as you go up, it's a straight line that kind of goes up to the right, meaning the more cholesterol, the more heart disease. But if you break the cohort down by a third variable, and that variable gives you some indication of your metabolic health or your insulin sensitivity, a very different pattern emerges. And you get 4 lines based on the metric that I've seen used is HDL cholesterol. So HDL is canonically thought of as good cholesterol, but it's much more complicated than that. But in this case, HDL is a good proxy for insulin sensitivity because generally people who are more insulin resistant, which is synonymous with prediabetes and diabetes, have lower HDL. Diabetics tend to waste HDL. It's just human physiology that a pre-diabetic or diabetic state results in higher triglycerides and lower HDL. So if you subfractionate the total cohort of the Framingham study by HDL, you get 4 lines, right? HDL less than 25 or 25 or less, HDL 25 to 50, HDL 50 to 75, or HDL above 75. You can choose whatever cutoffs you want. And the people with the highest HDL, these are people who are going to have generally insulin sensitivity. They're going to be metabolically healthy, right? People with the lowest HDL, most likely to be diabetic, pre-diabetic, insulin resistant. Okay? Follow me so far?
Yep.
The people with the highest HDL in the Framingham cohort have basically a straight line that's flat. They don't have any connection between the amount of LDL in their body and the incidence of coronary heart disease.
Oh, wow.
The people with, or like a very, very small upslope, very small.
Okay.
People with the lowest HDL looks like this, meaning that the more higher your LDL, the more heart disease you have. And there are multiple studies that show this. In humans who have high HDL and low triglycerides, which is a clear marker of insulin sensitivity and metabolic health, there is very little, if any, relationship between the amount of LDL in your blood and the incidence of cardiovascular disease.
But in both instances, that LDL bus is going to be consistently traveling.
It's always traveling.
And so that's what makes us say it's correlated with that.
The LDL is always there.
Yeah.
But what we see is that if you stratify studies by insulin sensitivity, we know that the single greatest risk factor, I would argue, for determining whether your LDL is going to be connected with heart disease is your insulin sensitivity. But most people don't understand that. So when your family member had her cholesterol checked, I'm willing to bet a very nice, delicious ribeye steak that they did not check a fasting insulin. They probably did 0 metrics to look at her fasting insulin or her metabolic health. So we know very clearly in medicine that your metabolic health is the context by which we should evaluate the risk of your LDL load. But doctors don't do that. So we're flying blind. We're only using half the variables that we should be using. There's no contextualizing because Western medicine isn't good at contextual nuance at all. We just want to say, you have high LDL. We know that in a population, if we give you a statin, and I'll talk about statins in a moment, we will slightly reduce your risk, especially if you've had a heart attack. If you haven't had a heart attack, there's not a lot of great data for statins in primary prevention. But so Western medicine is not good at individualizing care for humans. They're okay at looking at a population swath, but for anyone who's listening to this podcast or thinking about these things with nuance or making intentional decisions with regard to their food and lifestyle, Western medicine is not really going to serve you with the level of clarity and specificity that you really need. And so they're not even going to check what her insulin sensitivity is. They're not going to say, you're metabolically healthy. And if we look at the data, someone who's metabolically healthy with your level of LDL actually doesn't have an increased risk of heart disease. So why would we give you a statin, which we know interrupts the synthesis of cholesterol in the human body and has tons of side effects? Because when we're interrupting the synthesis of cholesterol, we're also interrupting the synthesis of coenzyme Q10, which is a key part of an electron transport chain, which is how all the energy in the body gets processed and translated into useful currencies, ATP and things like that. So many people who take statins get muscle aches because we've we've abrogated, we've basically stopped their production of critical nutrients that are in the same pathway as cholesterol. And so Western medicine says, oh, it's okay, we'll just give you more coenzyme Q10. Well, what about the squalene or these other, nutrients that the human body is making in the cholesterol pathway? We're not supplementing all of those. And how bioavailable is this coenzyme Q10 that they're giving you? And if a doctor gives you coenzyme Q10 when you have muscle aches on a statin, that's a very astute physician in the first place. Most of them will just say, stay on the statin. The most important thing is that I don't get sued for you getting a heart attack with this LDL. So it's a very complex situation, but let's just back up again and really kind of summarize what we're dealing with here. Here's the question that I would ask, because there are a lot of really well-intentioned, super smart people in the space who believe that something called ApoB, which is a lipoprotein that sits on LDL, another bus called VLDL, another bus called chylomicrons. So they say ApoB containing particles are atherogenic. They create atherosclerosis. That doesn't make sense to me that a particle that exists in the human body that carries this apolipoprotein would inherently be damaging to the endothelium, the inside of our blood vessels, and initiate atherosclerosis. And so the question I always ask these people is if ApoB containing lipoproteins like LDL are atherosclerotic, meaning they have the ability to generate atherosclerosis on their own by damaging the inside of the blood vessel, then why don't we get atherosclerosis in veins? And why is it only in arteries? So when the blood goes out of your heart into your tissues, that's in arteries. When it returns from your tissues to your heart, that's in veins. You can see veins on the surface of my skin. They're blue. You can't see the arteries. They're deeper.
So a lot of track marks there.
So the veins are coming back, right? We never see atherosclerosis in veins in humans, only arteries. And why is that? Because the same amount of LDL cholesterol is circulating in my veins as in my arteries. It's a contiguous system. There are capillaries here. The blood gets pumped out of my heart to my brain in arteries, to my legs in arteries, all over my body. It's in arteries. And then it goes to capillaries and it switches and it comes back around, makes a U-turn and comes back to my heart. That's how it works. So veins don't develop atherosclerosis, only arteries. Why is that? If ApoB is initiating atherosclerosis, it doesn't make any sense to me. And the answer is that in arteries, you have higher pressure. Average blood pressure is 120 over 80 millimeters of mercury because arteries are more muscular. They have an outer layer, a muscularis layer, that is much bigger than a vein, but the inner part, the endothelium, is exactly the same. So arteries are much more muscular because they must carry more pressure to push the blood, which means that when there's more pressure, there's more denuding of the endothelium, which means there's more damage just by being an artery because the pressure in there is higher. So my argument is ApoB containing particles like LDL are not atherosclerotic. You need endothelial damage to initiate atherosclerosis. And then if ApoB particles get wrapped into that, perhaps as part of the repair process, it could make it look like they're guilty, right? Are they the fireman or are they the arsonist? Maybe they're arriving to the scene of the damage in the artery that is happening because of high pressure as part of the healing process. And there's more of them in people who have more susceptibility to damage in their arteries, like diabetics. We know that people who are insulin resistant, we're back to that term insulin resistant, they have impaired wound healing. We hear about this all the time in diabetics. You get a amputated toe or a leg or a foot.
Yeah.
They have very impaired wound healing. And we know that in the artery, at the level of the endothelium, just by living, a diabetic is damaging their endothelium, just like you and I are damaging the endothelium of our arteries by having pressure. But neither you or I are diabetic. Neither you or I are insulin resistant. So our body has the ability to repair those things properly, to go in with immune cells and repair the endothelium. But a diabetic, someone that's insulin resistant, is going to have impaired wound healing, and that leaves more holes in the facade where there is damage, where the LDL particles are being called, and there's an immune impairment in the process of repair, and that is what causes atherosclerosis. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
That was a lot.
If someone is metabolically damaged and they have decreased insulin sensitivity, is that repairable?
It's absolutely reversible by changing the diet.
And so just to summarize here with respect to LDL cholesterol, Dr. Paul Saladino is not that worried about LDL cholesterol. Some doctors are worried because they're afraid of being sued, and so then they recommend statins, which might be worrisome for many people because of the side effects. And speaking of not being sued, I should remark that nothing on this podcast is medical advice. And so please consult your doctor, your astrologist, your pet care facilities, and your yoga instructor before implementing anything into your life. Don't take responsibility for yourself. Please outsource it to everyone in your community because you're not responsible. Everyone else is responsible for your health.
Oh my goodness.
The one thing I'll just add to your summary is I don't worry about LDL if someone is insulin sensitive. In a diabetic, do I worry about LDL? Yeah, but fix the insulin sensitivity, right? I'm not the LDL. I think there's a lot of good evidence that we really need to have these discussions among physicians and question the dogma with regard to LDL. I think just knee-jerk responses saying your LDL is high, you need a statin is not the whole picture. You have to understand the context of that. And then we need to equip physicians with education that tells them this is how you help your patients reverse their insulin resistance. And we need to do research that actually creates some substance behind that recommendation.
So real quick, because someone who goes to their doctor and their doctor says, hey, you have high LDL, and they panic right away, right? And they're like, oh, they want me to get on a drug. And I can't possibly repeat everything that Dr. Saladino just said. And so I just throw up my hands. What is one or two sentences they can say to their doctor to say, I'm not that concerned about my high LDL because I'm not diabetic?
Did you check a fasting insulin? Can we evaluate my metabolic health? And if you just say, can we evaluate my metabolic health? The doctor will not know how to evaluate the metabolic health. So you may need to ask them to check a fasting insulin. And the last piece I'll add to this is that it's very clear in human physiology that in many humans, eating more saturated fat and less polyunsaturated fat raises the LDL slightly.
Right.
Slightly. 10%, 20%, which is why a lot of people eating in this way will go to their doctor and have a, quote, high LDL. The last time I checked my LDL, it was 130 milligrams per deciliter, which is just above the normal range, saying 120. But most doctors would say, you have a high LDL, you should eat less red meat. Well, yes, eating less red meat will lower my LDL. And I could even lower my LDL more by eating canola oil. But what do we know and what are the doctors missing? Something I've hinted at a couple times in the podcast, that if you go a level deeper and you look at the predictors of cardiovascular disease, in general, LDL is pretty poor, like we talked about. What's a really good predictor? Oxidized LDL. So you're taking the phospholipids on the outside of that LDL molecule and assaying how many of them have been oxidized. And we know that oxidized LDL goes up when you eat polyunsaturated fats, even though your total LDL goes down, because you're populating more of the outside of that LDL molecule with fragile fats, these polyunsaturated fatty acids. So ox LDL goes up. LP little a, which is another metric of LDL oxidation because it's a particle that kind of scavenges oxidized phospholipids, goes up when you eat polyunsaturated fatty acids, but your LDL goes down. So most physicians are just looking surface at LDL, but we should be looking at oxidized LDL and LP little a. And remember that just because eating saturated fat makes your LDL go up, your oxidized LDL and your LP little a go down. It probably has to do with something, this word is technical, so I apologize in advance, called the homeoviscous model of membrane fluidity. And the high level is that when you eat more saturated fats, we know that the fats we eat become a part of our cell membranes, and cells are very delicate and very specific about how they want to maintain membrane fluidity. And because you're eating more saturated fats, cells are probably going to raise the cholesterol in your blood to keep the membrane fluidity at a baseline level. So more saturated fats in the body in the diet will create increase in blood cholesterol because your body's trying to maintain fluidity of the cell membrane. More polyunsaturated fats will probably lower the blood cholesterol because your body is trying to maintain fluidity in membrane. But again, it's not a bad thing. It's not pathological that when you're eating more saturated fat, the LDL is going up. It's your body just trying to keep homeostasis.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy this standalone Patreon highlight? If so, you can listen to full episodes of the Minimalist Private Podcast, available exclusively on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/theminimalists or click the link in the description. Your support keeps our podcast and YouTube channel 100% advertisement free.
Most people are
Put on another video.
Very pretty young lady sitting over to my right, known as Miss Joni, and she likes to dabble in cosmology and things like that. Not only does she dabble in it, she has computers of it, but she goes to the extreme of wearing it. Now let me bring you over here and show you Miss Joni. Come on, would you like to dance? How's that? Is that, huh? Is that nice? Well, it's like this one just showed off. It's pretty. She got the cosmos on it. Here is something that I read in the paper today, and I am outraged. As I am sure you will be outraged by it. A theological hubbub has broken out over an ecumenical conference on women that invoked Sophia, creator God, and used other feminine images of the deity. Can you imagine such a thing? Horrors. I am sick reading this. The furor is the latest, get this, the latest round of conflict over attempts to modify pervasively male references to God as He or Father and to bring out biblical indications that God also has motherly qualities. Oh! How awful. Can you, Uncle Joe, did you ever hear anything like this? United Methodist Bishop Earl Hunt said, no comparable heresy has appeared in the church in the last 15 centuries. He told a conference, when the church seems to be losing its struggle with powers and principalities, weird things begin to happen. This material must be eradicated from Christian thinking now. These women are taking over it. I am telling you, I am fed up with this. We wanted women speakers who were on the cutting edge, but look what happened. Now, you haven't heard anything yet. Besides venerating Sophia as a goddess, critics also charged the conference included self-identified lesbians as speakers. Did you ever hear anything like this in your life? Used bodily images to express the divine, held a workshop on belly dancing. All right. Downgraded the doctrine that God and humanity are reconciled and so forth and so on, and have personified Sophia, invoking her in prayers. Our maker Sophia, we are women in your image. With the hot blood of our wombs, we give form to the light. With nectar between our thighs, we invite our... I'm telling you, what is next? Nectar between our thighs. Oh. I gotta get to a... Oh, this is awful. What's coming next? We need a Protestant pope after that one. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? See, that's shock therapy to the system. You know, they can't do it. They're running all over the place, you know, and they're fanning themselves off. And basically, that's what's happening. Because the Aquarian age is a feminine age, spiritual age. And that's what basically you're seeing. And you'll see kind of strange things, but it's just part of that. It's like almost, well, Jesus put it this way, it's birth pains. But before the child is born, there's a lot of difficulty. But the child that's being born into this age is a beautiful thing, and basically it's you. We were talking last week about Gnostics, and Carl Jung was an eminent psychoanalyst. And what were we talking about Gnostics as being? Knowers. Okay? Knowers. You know. I know. It's not a question of having faith. What is faith? Faith is something you have to have when you're not sure. That's all it's for. When you're not sure, you need faith. But when you know, you know. And it's not a knowledge that can be taught. It's not a knowledge that comes to you from instruction through a book. It's something that develops from within you. It's a feeling within yourself that you know without any doubt. And it's not even something that you can convince anybody else of, because it's something that each and every person has to find for themselves. There's no shortcut to it. There's no way of coming to a church or going to an organization or reading a book. And you have to put all of that stuff down. And you have to be willing then to look up into the heavens, look up into the cosmos, understand the work of the cosmos, understand the work of the cosmology of this time of Aquarius, and then put yourself into gear and flow with it. Then you'll know. Otherwise, there's no possible way. See, the Gnostics differed from the majority of people not only in beliefs of things, but in their fundamental view of the existence and its purpose. There's a purpose. We did it again last night, you know. The thing that we do here, we say, hey, look, you know what this is for? It's a decoration. This is a speaker. You know what that's for? This is a Bible so we can read out of. This is a platform to hold the book. This here are chimes to make, now these are lights. And even down to the chair, we say, here's a chair. You know what that's for? At one time, this was a thought in somebody's mind. And the chair even has screws, even the little screw, you know. But if you turn around and look at the person, just go ahead, turn around and look at the person sitting next to you. What the heck is that for? I don't know. I guess to eat, maybe have a little fun, dance the Delbert dance. But what are you for? Nobody knows. And the reason you don't know because you've never flown and drifted in meditation into the purpose of the universe so it could be conveyed to you. There's a purpose for all things. There's a purpose for Jesus being crucified. All part of a mythology that says that you must be. The sun is crucified. The sun is in the winter solstice. The sun rises on December the 25th. The sun enters the waterman Aquarius as Jesus did. The sun rises to be the Lamb of God in the spring equinox. And then in the summertime, the sun sits at the eastern sky in the northern hemisphere, or the right hand of power, and summer comes to life. There's a purpose for it. The sun has to go through the cross on December the 21st. If it went through Taurus, Jesus would have been gored by a bull. There's a purpose for everything. And they're saying to you that here in the center of your abdomen is a solar plexus. It is the energy, it is the fire, and you must take it from the abdomen, and through your meditation and the crucifixion of light, you must let it rise up to the pineal gland of the brain, which is Aries, and then it will sit at the right hemisphere of the brain, the eastern sky, and summer will come to your life. That's the purpose. And all of the gray and all of the dead. And all. Do you know what's an interesting thing? If you look, remember years ago we put that thing from the New York Times in the back about the experiment they had with the pineal gland. It said secretes melatonin, and melatonin kills cancer cells. Yesterday on CNN they had a 5-minute program on melatonin. Melatonin. Doctors are starting to, what is this, they're saying? Doctors are finding out some strange powers in melatonin. And they're trying to figure out how do we use it, and they found out one thing. They're going to start prescribing melatonin for people who can't sleep, because melatonin has it's almost like an intoxicant. It'll put you to sleep when you're tired. You know, when I said to Joan, it's almost like an intoxicant. You know what it must be? It must be the new wine. It must be the new wine that the scriptures talk about, melatonin that flows through the body. And it's only activated by the pineal gland of the brain. And it's only activated by the pineal gland of the brain when you turn off the light from the outside and look within where it's dark, and then melatonin starts to flow. See if you can pick that up on CNN. There's a 5-minute thing they do on melatonin. But I said to them, how could this be all of a sudden in this age, and after we've talked about it and you've seen it, and then turning on the television and talking about melatonin? And that's what happens when you meditate, and it starts to flow into the body. And it also has the ability to kill cancer cells, according to the New York Times. But what is the traditional concepts that you've lived by all of your life, you know, that the mind is ruled by biology rather than psychology, that, you know, we were involved in this world for some purpose, I don't know what it is, so you go on doing the best you can, hoping that sometime, somehow, some kind of purpose will emerge from this meaningless conforming that you've done all of your life. You've gone to church, you have the slightest idea for what reason. You've gone there because you're scared to death that there may be a hell somewhere. That's the only reason you've showed up in those places. Maybe it's true, then what will you do? You know? Can you imagine such a thing as grown people who've been to school, who've been to high school, who've been to colleges, and they've allowed a group of God knows what that come out of the dark ages teaching about a place that you go after you die where they stick you with forks and fry you forever because you went to Atlantic City. Oh, well, you know, this is it. There's a hell. And then if you're good, and if you join their group and do the things the way they say, then you'll go to a town called heaven, on some planet somewhere. And you'll play harps, and you'll do this and do that. And you know, what it is simply a lie. And a lie that is allowed to hang around long enough simply becomes the truth. After a while, everybody says, oh, this must be true. And so they'll kill you if you don't. I had people that called me up and screamed and because I said there was no hell. And call them and tell, how dare you say such a thing like that? You know, I said, well, you must be looking forward to it. I mean, I don't know. gotta be a hell. What are we going to do with all these bad people? What are we going to do with all of them, you know, that don't follow our way? And that's basically what it is. It's all put together in order to control people. So the Gnostics were a little different. They said, not so. Money, power, government, raising of families, paying taxes, the endless chain of entrapments and obligations, and the traditions were totally rejected by them. Does no good for you whatsoever. Has nothing to do with your understanding of your purpose. Has nothing to do with your movement into that which is the Sophia, which is the wisdom, which is nirvana, which is the oneness with nature, which is the carrying of us all above all of this insanity that we've been involved in. We're trying to get security. You know that. You've tried to get security. Your family plans for security. You get your kids, you're going to make sure they have security. I got news for you. You're living on a tennis ball that's going through the universe at 40,000 miles an hour with nobody driving it, and you're looking for security. All kinds of things are shooting by. Where are you going on this thing? I want security. And so what do? You take a little kid, well, he's this big, and you teach him about the devil and hell and demons and fires and scared them to death. I used to do it. Did you ever do it when I was a kid? I used to look. I used to see things hanging on the wall. Oh, there's somebody in here. I used to look under the bed to make sure the devil wasn't there. Scared to death and all of this stuff. And then, oh, what happens now? As soon as the kid gets old enough to walk, we're going to put him in the Little League or the Little Football League. And we're going to say to him, listen, Gerard, Jack's Amico is paying for those shirts. Don't screw it up. And you got a kid standing out there in center field. He's a nervous wreck. He's 8 years old, a nervous wreck. And a ball comes to him. And he spins around like this, and the ball hits him in the head. And the father won't talk to him, and the mother screams. You can walk home by yourself. And you got an 8-year-old kid standing out in center field having a nervous breakdown. Oh, that's not the end of it. Now we're going to send you to college. You're gonna be able to afford a psychiatrist just like your dad. We're gonna send you to college. And you get A's, and you get A+, and you get A and B, and all this crap. And what you do, you usually wind up, they get to the top of Princeton University and then jump. Suicide's the second leading killer of teenagers in the United States. And it comes from all of the competition, all of the systems, all of the dog-eat-dog and go-for-the-throat type of mentality that we've grown with and say, this is the way it should be. It's not the way it should be. Something wrong with it. There's something terribly wrong with it. And that's the fundamental flaw that the Gnostics saw. They didn't hope for a political or an economic revolution to do away with the unfairness within the system. Their rejection was not of one form of government to replace another form of government or one type of religion to replace another type of religion. Their rejection conceived of the entire prevailing system. It all was corrupt. It all had to go. You look at, turn the television on. All that you've ever seen is people killing one another, dropping bombs on one another. It's not little Somali babies that are starving to death. It's little babies that are starving to death. And I hear people on television, our country should not be doling out to those foreigners. There are no foreigners. Everybody is living in this magnificent creation, and you're supposed to be helping one another, getting along with one another, but somebody has divided up lines and said, this is the way it's got to be for us, and that's the way it can be for you, and you can't come over to our side. And then the religions say, we're saved, and if you want to, and all of this insanity, and we perpetuated and perpetuated and perpetuated, and the Gnostics said, it's crap, don't get involved in it, and they became the most feared and hated bunch of people on the face of the earth, and they were liquidated systematically by the Jewish religion, by the Christian religion, and by any other religion, because they said, stand on your own 2 feet and don't join that crowd or you're going to go under just like they are. Jesus, what was he? Well, you know, what do we? Somebody dies. We go to the funeral. Don't we? Do you ever go to that? You go in, everybody's in the room. They make the funeral parlors look like living rooms now. Very nice. And you go and you look at a box. Oh, he really looks good. Yeah. I've never seen him looking quite so good. Here's the guy laying with newspaper in his cheeks. Got half a suit on. Did you know they only have half a suit on? I just put the suit on the top part. Boy, that's neat. Really cute. And he's in a box that costs $6,000. Do you know what you could do with $6,000? This guy's a dead body in a box of $6,000 with half a suit on a newspaper in his mouth. But we've got to go. They all line up in the cars. Everybody get in line. We can go through red lights and everything now, John. Oh, this is great. Here I come. Hey, I got my lights on. Policeman stand there. Great, isn't it? That's our tradition. Go to page 783. Let me show you something. The rest of it's in Matthew chapter 8. Matthew chapter 8, page 783. I think Jesus must have obviously been a Gnostic, because they asked Jesus the same thing. Jesus says, hey, you want to follow? Matthew chapter 8, verse 21. Another of his disciples said, Lord, suffer. In other words, allow me first to go and bury my father. What did Jesus say? You follow me. Let the dead bury the dead. Let the dead bury the dead. Was he being hard and cruel? No, that's mysticism. That's mystical talk. He's saying there are things that have to do with life. You are alive. Concentrate on this first. There are priorities in your life. Your priorities are not out there. Your priorities are in here. Because the longer you neglect in here, what you're simply going to find is that you've gotten old and you've missed it. Every day that you don't spend some time in here is a day that you've lost and you're further behind until finally if something happens, the physical body dies and you've got to come back and do it again and try to gain that ground because the entire vineyard is planted in here. The seeds are planted in here. There is inside of you in the right hemisphere of your brain that thing which you've known to call God, and it is waiting for you to open those temple doors so the doves and all of the peace can fly, so that sun can come out in the eastern side and bring springtime and color to your life. It's all there waiting for you to activate it, just as you throw a switch and turn on a light. But you've been told and conditioned by the systems, don't do that. Have you ever found it strange? Don't go near that which is within yourself. Because you know who's inside there? In that right side? She is. Sophia. Wisdom. Knowledge. The feminine principle of God, which is the Spirit. And I'll tell you something. Religions which have been degrading women are the same that degrade the Spirit. They're scared to death of it. And religions which construct themselves to such an extent as they've done here. Do you know that even when Christmas time comes and you hear the boys' choir from Vienna? It came upon a midnight. Do you know why that is? Because they wouldn't allow women on the altar and they had to have sopranos and altos, so they had little boys. And you know what they've done with little boys in the churches of the world. And so when they came against women, they simply come against the Spirit and that which is the feminine principle of God, which is called Sophia, which dwells inside of you, waiting for you to touch it and to bring you into a oneness with nature. The Gnostic were knowers of a tremendous secret, and I'm going to tell you that secret in a minute. And what is the secret? They knew a secret. And the secret was a terrible secret because it was deadly to the rulers of the world's religions and the world's governments, and they were killed for this secret. And I'm going to tell the secret to you, and I'm going to reveal the secret to you from the Gnostics. Because the ones who profit from the established traditions of society could not allow people to hear this secret. It was too dangerous to them. So they oppressed and they killed them. I'm going to read you the secret of the Gnostics right now. Quote, human life does not fulfill its promise within the structures and establishments of society. No one comes to true selfhood by being what society wants you to be, nor by doing what society wants you to do. No one comes to true selfhood by being what society wants you to be, nor by doing what society wants you to do. Family, society, church, business trades, as well as moral and ethical rules are not the least conducive to spiritual welfare. Have nothing to do with it. There is only one thing, and that is your knowledge of the cosmos, your knowledge of cosmology, your knowledge of nature, and your willingness to subject yourself to flow in that beautiful, beautiful place of the higher realms of consciousness where nature flows to carry you up into the arms of that which is nirvana. And she will embrace you. And then you become one in consciousness. And then you become one in spirit. But you'll never, ever make it. And all of our time is spent, no matter how hard we try to understand this, all of our time is spent trying to be what they want us to be. To do what they want us to do. You do it with your children all the time. Oh, I've got to have my children. I've got to be raised like this. And we raise them up. And they made an announcement on television this week that death by guns now is beginning to replace death by auto as the leading killer. That's how far we've come with our traditional ways. Teenage suicide, the second leading killer of teenagers, but we've raised our children the good old American way. Oh, we said, hey, we want the Soviet Union to come and have freedom like us. They didn't have freedom because of their government. We don't have freedom because of our crime. People can't walk out the streets. There was a little boy sitting in an apartment in New York the other day and was shot in the neck by a stray bullet. Happens all the time. And so that's one of the great things we've given to the Soviet Union. They've gotten rid of communism, and we've given them the mafia. They got it all over the place. And they're looking at us, and they're saying, hey, we don't want any more of this stuff. They elect this crackpot because they said, we don't want any of this American stuff. If this is freedom, we don't want it. What freedom do you have? What freedom do you have? You have freedom? Oh, you can go where you want. You can come. You think you can. But yet all the time sitting deep within yourself is this feeling that you're trapped. And you keep saying to yourself, Jesus, if I could get on a plane and get the hell out of here, I'd go in a minute. Excuse the language, but it's the only language that sometimes you understand. It makes a point. You know what I'm saying? It's real. Because you're not happy. The reason you're not happy is you're not flying. We were talking last night, remember, about the goose up in Canada? We were talking about that last night. When the goose hears from the pineal gland that it's time to leave Canada because it's getting cold, what does it say? Let me go see the pastor? Oh, I'll be counseled by the pastor and see if I should go. Because the pastor will say, don't go, goose. Don't listen to that which is within you. You're hearing from the devil, goose. It's the devil goose, you know. That's the devil goose telling you this, goose. Don't go. Stay here with me and the rest of the geese. And they'll stay and they'll all freeze their feathers off. They don't have pastors in the gooses. They all get up and they hear. And Murgatroyd, who is the head goose, says, I hear something. Here we go again. Murg has heard it. There we go. Everybody limber your wings up. I guess we're going. And then they all start hearing something like a beacon. Ooh. Actually, what it says inside of their little beaky brains is, this is what they hear. They're chomping away. And then suddenly the head goose hears, oh. What? Oh. Wow. And so the goose said, I heard it again. Where are we going? I don't know. Well, can you imagine? There's 50 million geese take off. There's not one of them knows where they're going. But you know what? They'll never wind up in Hoboken. They'll always get to the right place. And they flap their wings and they start flying. And you see them. And out of the cold tundras of the north they fly because they've listened to nature. They've listened to the pineal gland of the brain. They've listened to that thing which science is finally beginning to understand is what will lead us to the promised land. That's what leads you to the promised land. And Murgatroyd and all the geese fly out of the cold tundras, and in a little while they start to hear la cucaracha, and flying over Acapulco. How do they know where Acapulco is? Oh, what? Stand up here. Stand up here. You guys, what is it?
The lead goose is Sophia. It's a female.
I know it is. It must be. And all of the other male geese are saying, where the heck are you going, Sophie? But they find out, and this is what we've got to learn. It doesn't make any difference. They're not religious. They don't read the Bible. They don't go to church. They don't know about Jesus. They don't know about Moses. They don't know any of that stuff. They don't know the new age or the old age. They just know one thing. When that beacon starts to move inside of them, it tells them where to go, and they follow it. And the Bible says, and if you plug in, you will hear a voice inside of you that says, this is the way to go when you turn to the left or turn to the right. That's what you need to know. Don't tell me about your New Age. Don't tell me about rocks and feathers. And don't tell me about incense. And don't tell me about Bibles and Jesus. Tell me about one thing. And that is doing what Jesus Christ said. First of all, before you do anything else, seek for the kingdom of God which is within you. That's the pineal gland. And when you touch that pineal gland and allow the electricity to move and activate it, it will open the right hemisphere of the brain. And there you will sit at the right hand of the Father. That's what you have to know and nothing else. You don't have to go on any trips. You don't have to go to any churches. You just have to understand nature. You have to understand the electricity of nature. This is all electricity. You can put names on it. Oh, this is the Holy Virgin. Oh, this is the Holy Spirit. This is the infilling of Christ. All of this is electricity. And when you understand how the electricity works, you plug into it and it'll take you. And now, especially, you're seeing... Don't you see what's going on with nature? Don't you see nature turned upside down by Uranus? Don't you see where the leaders of the world... Did you see the picture today of Arafat and Rabin of Israel shaking hands again? The deal is just about consummate. Don't you realize that that's ridiculous? It can't be. Don't you realize the Pope is going to sit down with the Jews? That's 2,000 years. All of a sudden they're going to sit down. All of these things, even Northern Ireland, they're starting to sit down to talk. All of these things are happening. Why? Because there is a new impact on the brain caused by the electromagnetic fields of the universe and the way it is starting to be conditioned and set up. You can do it with a little mouse. You can make a mouse attack a cat by attaching electrode and changing the way that thing. Hit it with that thing and the mouse will knock the stuffings out of the cat. Or you can make a cat sit down and purr and pet a mouse by changing the electronic waves of the brain. That's what's going on. That's what you got to understand. That's why Jesus Christ says you take away the key of knowledge because you don't enter within yourself. So as the Gnostics said, your traditions stink. And you've let people lead you away from yourself and the beauty of yourself by your traditions. Go to page 792. 792. Jesus Christ says in Matthew chapter 15, okay, verse 6. And honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus you have made the commandment of God of no effect by your tradition. Go to page 816. Mark chapter 7 and verse 8. For laying aside the commandment of God, you hold to the tradition of men by doing other things that you do. Laying aside the commandment of God. That's what you've done. That's what I've done. Gone into church. Somebody told you something and you said hallelujah. Where'd they hear it? Somebody else told them. A whole line of people. And I'll tell you one thing you can know for sure. The true fact is you have been taught by people who don't know. Who've never ever stopped to think. Who aren't allowed to think. Who aren't allowed to question. And then they got you, and then you're no longer allowed to think, and you're no longer allowed to question. Gnosticism has been called world denying. It's not. It's merely good psychology. That's all it is. Your life is led in following politicians. They consider the world as a problem. Here's politicians. They create the problems, and then a nuts batch runs, and they're going to solve the problems that they created. And you're waving flags. Da, da, happy days are here again. Hey, what happened? Inflation is up, but I'm going to vote for them because they're going to lead us out of this, and it continues to spiral into a never-ending conflict of people against one another. Gnostics recognize not the world as a place of following politicians or a problem, but as simply a predicament from which we got to free ourselves. I want you to understand something. In Gnosticism, they do not aim at the transformation of the world. They aim at the transformation of the mind. You cannot solve the problems on the outside until you solve the problem on the inside. You can do nothing in your home where there may be fighting and screaming. You can do nothing in your home where there may be rebellions of all kinds as long as you try to deal with it on the outside. I don't care how many counselors, how many psychiatrists, how many school offices you go to. You'll never touch it until you touch that which is of the inside, because from the center emanates everything. You've got to change the center before you can see the results of the change on the outside. What does it say on page 928 of your Bible? In Romans, the Apostle Paul in Romans chapter 12, verse 2 said, "And be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may know what's good." The religions will tell you about the inner truth, the Holy Spirit, but they're so closely tied to the traditionals that they deny the reality of that. They talk about the Holy Spirit. You ever go into church? Come, Holy Ghost. Oh, Holy Spirit, touch me. And if anything like that, they get up and run like blazes out the back door. They say, oh, it's a cult. It's a cult. They want to read about it, but they don't want it to happen. You know, it's like going to the Mexican restaurant and reading the menu. We're going to have a menu study Wednesday night. Chimichangas, enchiladas, burritos, but don't eat it. Don't eat it, just read it. Maybe next week you can go to the Chinese restaurant. Hey, chow mein, lo mein with noodles. Look, don't eat it. Keep reading it. Keep reading it. Because once it starts to happen, they're going to label you as a cult. They're going to label you as far out or something like they do here, because we enter into meditation and do what Jesus Christ said and practice the single eye and seek that which is the natural part of God. And experience is what you have to have. When Carl Jung started to get involved with all these crazy people and started to see crazy things, they said to him, "You're a psychiatrist, you're a scientist. What are you doing with such crazy things?" He said, "Unless you experience, you'll never know." And I have people coming to me telling me things, I can't answer them unless I experience what they experience. And I'll tell you something, there's one named Jesus Christ who told you, there's one named Shakyamuni Buddha who told you, there's one named Hare Krishna who told you, and they told you that at the center of your mind was the keys to the kingdom. But you'll never know unless you experience it. You'll never know unless you have the courage to open the door. The religions that talk about setting people free are the very things that end up being the guards for the jails that hold our souls in bondage. And they sure are held in bondage. So what does they say? What do they say? They say, ask Jesus. Jesus will do it. Jesus will take care of you. Call Jesus. Jesus will come into your soul. Jesus will take care of all your problems. Jesus will save you. Jesus will heal you. Jesus will do all the things. Jesus will take care of your financial problems. Jesus will do this. Jesus will do that. Jesus will do the other thing. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. But what does Jesus say? That's the one thing that ticks me off about these people. They tell you what he said, but what they tell you he said is not what he said. He's not what he... Go to page 847 and read for me together what Jesus Christ said. Luke chapter 12. Luke chapter 12. And verse 14. On the count of three, quote Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3. Man, who made me a judge or a divider over you? Why didn't I ever tell you that? He didn't want any part of it. Because he didn't come to this earth to show you how wonderful he was. He came to this earth to show you how wonderful you are. And he says that everything that is in him is in you. And the things that he does, you can do, and you can do better than him. He said, you are the light of the world. He didn't say you were a wretch. He didn't say you were a scuzzball. He didn't say you were a rotten sinner. He says you're the light of the world. And he says, if you touch that which is within you, you'll have touched what I have touched within me. And that which is the Father within me is the Father within you. And the things that I do, you can do better. But if you go to any one of these churches and say, I can do better than Jesus Christ, they'll throw you out, they'll call the cops, and they'll call you a heretic. But you're not a heretic. You're one who has faith in Jesus Christ because he wanted you to be something special. He does not want you to pray to him. He said in John 16:23, in that day you shall ask me nothing. Did you know that? Did you know that he said don't pray to him? He specifically says don't ask me for anything. You don't know he said? Go to John chapter 16. Hurry, because we're getting late. Oh, Jesus. John chapter 16. What page is that on, somebody? 81. 881, that's what I said. John chapter 16, verse 23. 882. Why don't I hear another one? 882. And will you listen to me? John chapter 16, verse 20. Jesus Christ, quote, and in that day you shall ask me nothing. Do you see it? Don't ask me, he said. And what did he say in the scripture just in front of that? Who made me judge and divider over you? Why? Because he wants you to be an individual. He doesn't want you sucking up to saints and gods and evangelists and priests and popes. He wants you to stand on your 2 feet and realize that you're the light of the world, and what is in you is everything that you need to deliver to you and your family everything that God has. But they wouldn't let you be because they needed a hero. And so they put a hero up on the stage. They say, here. And Jesus Christ said, ask in my name. Didn't he? Right in that sentence? But you know what? His name wasn't Jesus. Can you imagine? All these years we're asking the wrong guy. The only Jesus that lives is in Puerto Rico. There is no Jesus in Palestine. Never was. You're asking some guy in Puerto Rico to settle your problems. Did you know that? Did you know that his name was Jehoshua? But you changed his name? Why'd you change his name? Couldn't deal with that Jewish stuff, could you? So he changed his name. We don't even use the guy's right. You see God's up there asking him right now? Who the hell is this guy? Who's this Jesus guy? I don't know. I mean, they're all praying to this guy Jesus in Cuba. What is he, Havana? What is this? Isn't it true? Isn't it all the people named Jesus down in there? That's true. That's true. Yes, yes, we know. There's nobody named Jesus in Palestine. But you remember I said people got freaked out last night. I was telling them, you remember Jesus' ascension? Jesus' ascension, he left the world. He ascended if Jesus ascended at the speed of light 2,000 years ago, do you know that he'd still not be out of this galaxy yet? Do you know that? He's still going dun 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 dun. And his father's up there. Where the hell is that kid? I mean, he must have missed the bus. What happened? He must have, and then by the time they're expecting him to return now, he hasn't even got out of this galaxy yet. Which means when he finally gets here, they're going to say, head back. That's what you believe. That's what I thought. Superman. But this is what Carl Jung said, and we'll wrap this up. Carl Jung said, you and the Gnostics discovered depth psychology. Listen. Carl Jung, the human ego must first become aware of its alienation from the self before it can return to a union with the unconscious. Until you are aware of how insufficient the system is to bring you to the point of spirit, you will never find your true individual self. Until you're willing not to depend on that system, but to depend on that which glows within you, you'll never find it. The Gnostics called themselves strangers in a strange country. They were called the pilgrims of eternity. Sometimes you feel that way. I do. Do you sometimes feel that people don't understand you? I do. That's what makes me feel good when a lot of you come here. I say, gee, we had some new people walking. I said, did you tell them in advance what I do? Because it's pretty freaky to people. But then as you listen to it and you listen to it and you listen, it really gets inside you and say, gee, this makes sense. If a goose can do it, why can't I? I'm a lot better, in the aspects of mind than a goose, yet that goose can find its way, and I can't find my way. Why? Because the goose is following that single eye that Jesus told you to follow, the single eye that religion said don't touch. The goose found it. Carl Jung never spoke of an all-wise and benevolent creator. Carl Jung spoke of a fundamental flaw which causes the sorrow and the cruelty in nature. You know what Shakyamuni Buddha said about all of these storms and all of these terrible things that happen in the atmosphere? He said, when you enter into a room and you're giving off bad vibes, you can cause a storm in your house. And he says, I'll tell you something. When millions of people start giving off bad vibes into the universe, they cause storms among nature. In other words, all of the hurricanes and all of that wild stuff are being created from the minds of people who are giving off bad vibes. You say he's wrong? Be sure. So I want to ask you as we draw to the end, Gnosticism is a natural feeling. It's something that makes you realize even before you begin to believe it. It's just something that you feel. They were killed, their books were burned, their
learning places were ripped down. A Gnostic is a knower rather than a believer or a follower. And as long as there is a light within the innermost self of human nature, as long as there are people who feel close to that light, there'll always be Gnostics. Think about something. Who is the person you're looking at right now? If I was to tell you, you might not be able to bear it. But don't worry about me. Think, who are you? Don't tell me what you believe. Begin to tell me what you know. And who was Christ? Really? Thank you for sharing this time.
A very pretty young lady. You know, let's look together at something that I think you will find interesting, and we'll finish it up next week. We'll kind of look at the human mind, how your mind has been programmed. I was watching television yesterday, and I turned on a religious program, and I was watching a Dr. Kennedy, James Kennedy. Come on, send your chair's waiting for you here. I was watching Dr. James Kennedy, and he was talking about the New Age, and he had a lot of problems with it. He said, because, he said, it is really taking up with psychology. And as a result, he was insinuating that when you get involved with psychology, you kind of come against Christianity, which is true. And what he said really shocked me. First of all, he's a very distinguished-looking man. He's an eloquent speaker, beautiful speaker. He has a magnificent church setting with everything that, you know, it just had credibility all over it. I mean, it was a magnificently beautiful place. But what I saw there actually was I saw people being programmed. Because what he said was this. He says, you know, a lot of these people today in this psychology, they'll say to you that you are gods. And as such, he said, the problem is, where does this originate from, the fact that you are gods? He says it originates from Satan. He says Satan was the first one to say you are gods. And he said to Adam and Eve, if you'll do this, you will be like God. And so he says that this type of a thing which brings psychology together and gets people to think that they have this position as gods is from Satan. And so then I thought, well, gee, you know, this guy is really a credible speaker. He's extremely distinguished, has all the credentials from all of the great universities. He's speaking in this magnificent place with all of the surroundings. And very few of those people were ever going to look really into a Bible to check anything. And so they all walked out of there with their minds programmed that this philosophy of believing that you are gods is satanic. He had done this, and he had to do this in order to protect the system. He has to do this in order to protect the traditional system of religion. But what I want you to do, I want you to open those little Bibles that I've given, or that you have out here, and I want you to open to page 876. And if you open to page 876, the rest of you go to the book of John, and I want you to look at something in there that Reverend Kennedy, in all of his eloquence, failed to note. And this is John chapter 10, okay? John chapter 10. And if you go with me, you'll go to verse 34. And there you'll see the words of Jesus Christ. And what does he say? Is it not written in your law, I said, you are gods? And if he called them gods unto whom the word of God came, the scripture cannot be broken. So it wasn't Satan who said you are gods, it's Jesus Christ who said you are gods, but the eloquent Christian preacher on television with thousands, millions of people watching him neglected to tell people that this was said by Jesus. He said, oh, it's said by Satan, because the point is if you don't realize that you're a god, and if you think you're a sniveling sinner, as religion tries to burden you with, then of course you will continue to reach out to the system instead of reaching into yourself. Now, let's go a little further than that. And there's a statement in the Bible that's in the Old Testament that is directed to you. And watch this, and try to understand it if you can. Go to page 506, and at that you'll go to the book of Psalms. Book of Psalms, and go to Psalm 82, page 506. And this is, quote-unquote, God, whatever that is, speaking. And God says in Psalm 82, verse 6, I have said you are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, but you shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. So what do I have to do so I don't die like man and fall like one of the princes? Look at verse 8. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for you shall inherit all nations. See? So that's what we're here really to talk about. You have been conditioned, your mind has been conditioned, and for all of the years that your mind has been conditioned, you have reacted and you have suffered, and we'll show you how. And you know, conditioning is an interesting thing. Gina, come here for a second. I want to introduce everybody on television. I want to introduce everybody on television all over the United States and Canada. The young lady used to be my secretary. This is Gina. Okay? Now, will you just tell me, do you know how to spell spot? I mean, do you know how to spell? Do you know how to spell spot?
Yes.
How do you spell spot?
S-P-O-T.
Spot. Now, will you spell it 5 times?
S-P-O-T, 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 S-P-O-T.
What do you do when you come to a green light?
Go.
Good, all right, good, good. And no, come up for a second.
No, I was your secretary. I wouldn't get that wrong.
99 people out of 100 will say stop. Okay, and you did good, but you know, what led you? Why were you thinking that? Just.
I was just concentrating on getting it right, but if I was going with the flow of things, I would have said stop.
Okay, good. See, what she did then, and that's why she's sitting here, because I've known her for a long time, and one of the things that she has done in her life is worked to break the conditioning. That's why in October the 21st, she'll be up there with us to see Kataro. We're breaking the conditioning. We're looking for something new. But it's true that if you condition people, and 99 people out of 100, if you say, you know, S-P-O-T, 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 and then say, what do you do when you come to a green light? They'll say, stop. Okay. Okay. But it's because the mind is conditioned, and that's what we'll look at tonight. Our conscious mind is the only entity on the face of the earth that remembers its beginning and looks forward to its end. The only one. And what happens basically in our lives, you know, we become like a puff of smoke, don't we? Take a look. There's a fellow's hat hanging on the wall. Was quite a character, quite a young man, that black hat. You can't see it on TV. The black hat hanging on the wall is kind of a memory of somebody that came through this church, very strange young man, had all kinds of difficult encounters with the law, and died in an automobile accident. And basically, his horror of his life was because of conditioning. Everything was programmed into here, how he would react, you know. And he tried desperately. And in fact, we worked very hard with him, and the conditioning was beginning to change. And then something happened. We'll get into that in another time. But basically, all of us then, what are you trying to do? You're trying to figure something out in your life, aren't you? I mean, because after all, what's your purpose here? What reason do you have? And the thing is that we're always trying to figure out next week or next month or what we're going to do, and yet we don't even know for what. What's the purpose of it? Where are you going? You know, when you think if you want security, and then you're living like a flea on a tennis ball going through the universe at 40,000 miles an hour with nobody driving it, you know, where's your security? Where are you going to go? And now, consider why you are the way you are. Why is Rose the way she is? Why is Don the way he is? Why is Albert the way he is? Why is Margaret the way he is? The point is, you think the way you do out of habits. It's habit. That's why you are the way you are. You think the way you do out of habit. And habits are thoughts which dig themselves deep into the subconscious. Thoughts that are like seeds, and they burrow themselves deep into the subconscious. And when they are ready to blossom, those negative thoughts which have buried themselves deep into your subconscious will one day blossom into tumors. Here? One day, those thoughts which have buried themselves deep into your subconscious will blossom as tumors or some other kind of disease. And all of the festering that goes on in our minds, all of the festering that comes out through the subconscious, all of the hate which resurrects itself and grows out of the subconscious, we call tradition. Oh, even your parents said, why do you think the way? Because you do, that's why. Huh? Did you ever ask your father, why? Because I said so. And you know what? Many years ago he asked his father why, and his father said, because I said so. Nobody ever has said why. It's just because. It's tradition. It's the way it's done. Go to page 792 in the little Bibles and look at Matthew chapter 15 and what Jesus says in Matthew chapter 15. Page 792. And in verse 6 he says, and honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus you have made the commandment of God of no effect by your tradition. You see, Jesus Christ had contempt for tradition. He had contempt for religion. He had contempt for everything that the system holds valuable and wonderful. Let it all fall down, he said. Let it all tumble down. He said, oh, what beautiful churches. He said, nothing but a pile of rocks. Let it all fall down. Because he had contempt for the tradition. But here's the point that you've got to understand. And this is the most magnificent thing of all. Inside of you is the power and the energy to take us all above all the negativity of these deep thoughts which are burrowed into our subconscious. All of the negativity which produced the hurt, all of the negativity which produced the disease and the violence, inside of you is a power to take you above that. But you know what? Right now, your traditional thought patterns have you firmly locked in the lower. You're locked in the cellar. And there's a deadbolt lock on it, and very few of us know how to get the key to open the door to let all of that crap out. Very hard. Because, you know, it's important to understand something. The same power that brings bad fortune brings good. It's not a different power. There's only one power. It's not a question of the power. It's a question of how you use the power. Look at me. Understand something. What choice do you have but to take what I say to you? Where are you going in your life? You're getting older. Things start to run down. Where are you going? What's your direction? What are the possibilities? If you start to take into you what Jesus said, what Krishna said, what Buddha said, what I'm saying to you, if you take into this, then the future is unlimited. The possibilities are astral. Otherwise, you know what your future holds. If you take into yourself what the religionists tell you, then you can look forward to something supposedly happens at a Golden Gate after you die. Nothing now, after you die. If you take this power, which is electrical power, and you put it into the hands of an electrician, you put it into the hands of somebody who studies the power, understands the power, then they can light up the world. You put it in my hands, and I'll burn the building down in 5 minutes. Why? Because I don't understand the power. It's not the power is evil. It's when you touch the power and you don't understand what it is that you misuse it. So a person can use an automobile to drive to visit somebody at the hospital or to bring chocolates to their aunt who lives in Chicago. Another person can use the same automobile to rob a bank. It's not the automobile. It's those who are using it. And you know, that's why if you look with me, and I forgot to write the page down, so somebody tell me where it is, Isaiah 45. What page is that on in the little Bibles? Isaiah chapter 45. 609. Page 609. Okay? Isaiah chapter 45. And look what it says. Something that very few Christians have ever seen, very few religionists have ever seen. But God makes the statement in Isaiah 45, verse 7, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. God creates evil. How? Atomic energy. It can light millions of homes. The same energy misused can kill millions of people instantly. So what's being said is the power is given unto you. How you use the power will either make it good or make it evil. And the unfortunate thing is, let's say if all of us were to go down to the nuclear plant here in Oyster Creek tomorrow and go to work there, and we'll take over the place. The same power that is lighting our building here now would all of a sudden erupt into streams of people flowing out of the county. Planes, everybody going in opposite directions because Ethel is in charge of the nuclear plant. Here is the nuclear scientist that is taking over. Nothing to worry about. Oh, do we have a present for you? So what are we talking about? It isn't a different power. The power hasn't changed, but all of a sudden people who are putting their hands on the power are doing it and they have no idea how to use it. And so basically then it becomes the same power that is good suddenly becomes evil. Okay? What you have here are the conceptions that you have. What do you think of yourself? The conceptions that you have of yourself are locked in what is called the subconscious mind. That's the subconscious mind. The conceptions that you have of yourself are locked in here, and the only way to change you is if somehow a key can be found to unlock that door and let that stuff out. Otherwise, everything sits in there and festers in there and causes you big problems. I would suggest to you, if you really want some time to get a little good study on this, go into a bookstore, a Dalton bookstore, Waldman Books or something. Pick up a book written by Carl Jung. Carl Jung, spelled J-U-N-G, who was a contemporary and a partner of Sigmund Freud. And it's a book called The Undiscovered Self. You're not reading a New Age, you're not reading a preacher, you're not reading a religionist, you're not reading a screwball, you're reading one of the most eminent psychoanalysts that ever lived on the face of the earth, and he'll tell you about the subconscious mind. And there is nobody with better credentials to talk about it than Carl Jung. But so where's the key? Where is the key for everything that your parents have put in there that was wrong? Where's the key for everything the church has put in there that is wrong? Where's the key for everything that the government has put in there that was wrong? Where's the key? Everything that your friends have put in there that is wrong. And all of that stuff is festering in there. Take a look at page 847 in your Bible. Go to Luke chapter 11. Luke chapter 11, page 847 in your Bible. And in it, Jesus says in Luke chapter 11, verse 52, woe unto you lawyers, he's talking biblical scholars, you have taken away the key of knowledge. Why? Because you entered not in yourselves. And them that were entering in, you hindered. In other words, what Jesus Christ just said, by entering within yourself, you take the key to unlock the door and let all of this hurt out. But right now, it's locked. And everything is... And if you study Carl Jung, you study Sigmund Freud, you'll find this is the location of your problem. And you don't even know that. Because the subconscious mind is the key. Do you know what the subconscious mind does? It never sleeps. When you dream out of the subconscious mind. It never sleeps. It never forgets. It remembers everything that you've forgotten. It never forgets a thing. And a psychiatrist can take your subconscious mind right back to the beginning. Sometimes you walk down a street and you smell something. Instantly you're transported back to maybe your aunt's house or your grandma's house or something, and all the people surround you. You can feel the house. You can feel everything. You can see leaves on a lawn, on a front lawn, or the smell of the water hitting the grass at night, and you're back somewhere many, many years ago, and because it's all stored here, it's never forgotten. Everything you've ever heard, everything you've ever learned, everything that's ever been told to you is accepted as fact and stored in the subconscious mind. The most powerful instrument in the universe is the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is only 10%. And the thing is that everything that goes into the subconscious that causes the problem comes from the conscious. Somebody tells you something, it goes in there, and it finds a place to dwell and grow in there. Somebody teaches you something. Somebody frightens you. It all goes from here, your conscious mind, and then it goes into the subconscious mind. And when it goes into the subconscious mind, you forget it. But your subconscious doesn't. So a situation happens. See, this is only 10% of, this is the key of tithing. This is why God said it is so important that you tithe. I need you to give that 10%. I need you to turn that off, because as long as you leave this active, all of the fear, all of the hate, all of the discouragement, all of the depression is going to come flying in here and root itself in the Garden of Eden. And the Garden of Eden is going to be filled with weeds and all ugly things growing in there. This here conscious mind has good things. You help people with it, don't you? I mean, sometimes you say, they're going to help the people with Hurricane Andrew. That's coming out of the conscious mind. That's a good thing. Has a lot of bad things. And it's called, in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And it says, don't eat from that tree. Go to Eden at the east, to the right side. Eat from there. But this here, first of all, has to be reprogrammed now. We'll get into that. See, because who's the servant here? Look at the size of the subconscious mind. Look at the size of the conscious mind. And the fact is that the servant is the subconscious. The master is this little insignificant conscious mind. The tiny little conscious mind is the master. And this is the amazing thing. The greatest power in the universe does exactly what it is told by the little insignificant 10%. It obeys everything that comes from here. And if you tell this that you're sick, it will fester, it will find a root, and it will blossom into a little tree of sickness, and it will grow. Because it believes everything you tell it. And in the same way, if you tell it you're not, you can then start on your way of life. What does it mean? Lie to it! Lie to it. Tell it lies. I really do feel good. I really feel great. You know, snotting and snorting all over the place. Tell it doesn't know any different. It says, hey, what's all that noise? He says he feels good. Okay. And all of a sudden things start triggering out of the subconscious mind. This is where visualization comes from Dr. Bernie Siegel. This is where visualization comes from Dean Orders. They're telling something that really isn't true, and the subconscious mind thinks it is true, so the subconscious mind starts doing things as if it is true, and all the hormones start flowing. It doesn't know the difference, see? It doesn't know that it's not being told the truth, so it starts reacting. So now you can see why something has to happen. Look at page 928 in the Bible. Look at the book of Romans. Go to Romans chapter 12. Romans chapter 12 and verse 2. And be not conformed to this world. This world is right over here on the left side, folks. It's the conscious mind. but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. In other words, what this here is a computer, and you got to put in a new floppy disk. You got to reprogram it. You can't change it. You can't go to your computer and lay hands on it. You can't go to your computer and read the Bible to it. You can't go to your computer and sing Amazing Grace. You got to reprogram it. And the most magnificent computer in the world is sitting right between your ears, and you've got to reprogram it because it is filled with information. It is filled with coded messages, and these things are growing into the things that are torturing you and causing you the problems that you have in your life. The problems in your life and in my life are not being caused by anything out there. They're being caused by everything in here. And it's been stockpiled. Nobody wants to be subjected to the negativity. Nobody wants to be subjected to the hurting. Nobody wants to be subjected to the sickness. But yet the point is, we don't even realize that behind this veil is the answer to all of that, to ridding ourselves of all of that. The mechanism. But you see, the point is, you say, why do I hate this job? It's been ordered for you to hate that job from in there. It's not that you're told to hate it. It's programmed in there. Why doesn't anybody like me? Why don't I like anybody else? It's all programmed in there. Behind this veil are orders that come out of the subconscious that dictate to your exactly what you're going to do. You've placed it all in there, and now it's all going to come back to you. This is the way it's going to be. And we get very unhappy. And then what do we do when we're unhappy? We make everybody else unhappy. You know? Sometimes when the nurse is miserable. Do you realize how unhappy that makes me when the nurse is acting up? Huh? You know what I'm talking about. You get in your house. See, this is your opportunity.
Who's been so unhappy the last couple of days?
I got sick. I got sick. You cooked the other night, remember?
I cooked things to make you better.
Yeah. I had a little virus the last few days,
and
you know.
Was he miserable?
And I was miserable. I was miserable. And this is what happened. The nurse made me some, what was
I
that?
made you chicken and sweet potatoes, the two best things for your spoon.
And it drove me right into the men's room, didn't it?
No, you've been in there for the whole day.
Huh? Okay.
Thank you. But tell about when we were away and I was in the spa having a good time. What happened to you with the people next to us and how Koo worked with you?
Yeah, well, that's true. Okay, I will. Thank you very much. The nurse was down at the spa, and she submits herself to all of this insanity. You know, they put mud on her and leaves on her and they massages. She doesn't miss any of this stuff. She swims under and out and all of this stuff. So I had the afternoon off. I said, you know, I was really tired. I didn't feel like it. So I said, I'm just going to go back and I'm just going to lay down. Here I am in the mountains in a nice condo, all by yourself in the mountains. You know, gorgeous up there near Action Park in Vernon, New Jersey, and we were near that. Well, all of a sudden I wake up and boom, bang, and I hear some guy screaming, "Get them!" I won't use the word out of here. I'm screaming, throwing things, crash up against the wall. You know, I'm like, what the heck is this? Here I am in the mountains.
He's all alone without you.
Yeah, I figured this must be the subconscious mind, and what the heck is this? I mean, I could have been, I'm on vacation. There's the mountains. I mean, they can't do this in this nice place. The people in the spa are going up and down in the water. What is this? And all of a sudden, I look out, and I hear this screaming and fighting and kids yelling. I look out, and there's two cops standing on the stairs. And they got this guy, and then I look out the front door, and I got this blonde girl up against the police car, and then I'm looking out for the nurse, because I figured she's going to walk right into the middle of this thing. Make a long story short, they carted this guy off, they carted the blonde off, and it was, but what had happened there? And this is amazing, because whether it had been because I was sleeping, but as soon as it hit me, it transported me back to my own life as a child, because that's what I lived in. My whole life was like that. You know, my father committed suicide. I don't know if I told you the story. I discovered his body actually hanging from in a doorway when I was 14. But our whole life was, you know, I mean, my mother chasing him with a knife and people, I mean, it used to be like Dodge City. I had brothers, they used to fight, they'd tumble through banisters, and I mean, this was really wild. So when I woke up and I heard this, I just was transported right back. So basically when Joan says coup, what lies in the invisible subconscious, Buddha calls coup. If anything activates that or stimulates that, it comes into what is called ki. It all of a sudden manifests itself. And it's really, it is really true. And you test it. You know where you've had situations. Sometimes you call them deja vu. All of a sudden, gee, I feel like I've been here before. What the heck is this? Something has come out of here. Something triggered in your subconscious, and you had this physical feeling that, you know, you were back to where you had originally been. But when this unhappiness comes, you know, you wonder sometimes, why do I feel the way why am I acting the way I am? Because it's triggered from deep within your subconscious mind. It's resting there. And you don't even know this. That's why I encourage you to get the book by Carl Jung, because, you know, to listen to me, you know, what the heck am I? Or to listen to some preacher, what is that? But listen to a man who is a psychoanalyst of the highest credentials talk about this thing here and what it is. This is that atomic plant. If it's not handled properly, it is an atomic bomb that'll kill millions. If it is handled properly, it is the power of the universe to set the universe free. Oh, wait, come on now. Come on, get up, because there's people on top.
But when this happened to you, you didn't even realize it. You know, you just got so upset and so nervous, and all of a sudden he's down the spa looking for me. Well, I went a half hour over in my treatment, and I come out, and he's like going around everywhere. Where is she? Where is she?
Well,
like he was
you know, the
panicking,
funny thing was, I went into a panic, and I started to try to protect her from going back up there. But it was all my experience, because I knew what the results were of that, because I'd lived that, you know, all my life.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Let's go on and just look at the point here. All of these troubles, and you have to know, each one of you in your life, what the troubles are, enter your subconscious from your conscious mind. They come in. Here's, let's say, an unwanted child. An unwanted child has all of this that's told to him, filter in here, find its way into the subconscious. He grows. He's forgotten about it. It's not forgotten here. And what you have now is the makings of a killer. What you have now is a serial killer. You have a rapist. You have a violent, antisocial person, because of all of the hurt that came in at his subconscious at a very early point in his life, found its way deep as a seed, and now it grew, and whatever stimulated it, it burst forth into a horrible flower of killing and raping and pillaging. Not because this person is necessarily bad, not at all. This person doesn't even know. This person doesn't even know the connection. And the law, for the most part, doesn't know the connection. Oh, this is a horrible person. We kill him. We never go back and make a fine or do anything bad to the people that actually put the fear and the hurt and the guilt and all the terror into that subconscious mind at a very early age. In other words, when you scream at your kids and when you program all of this negativity into the minds of children, it's going to grow and it's going to come back.
Fear of the unknown.
Yes. Exactly what it is. Because you've forgotten the whole thing. Your conscious mind forgets it. Oh, he's a rapist. Why? He's a serial killer. Why? Does all these horrible antisocial things. Why? Everybody forgets. Nobody remembers because it's not remembered over here. But remember, whatever negativity, whatever horror you put into the mind of a child or anybody else is never forgotten in the subconscious mind. Never. There was a story of a lady that she got married, and she would go to the kitchen, and whenever she would cook a meal, she'd get a violent headache. And they couldn't figure out, you know, they did all of the tests on her, they did brain scans on her, all these types of things, there was nothing wrong with her. And so she went to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist took her back in a past life regression or whatever it was, took her back to the time she was a little child, maybe 2 or 3 years old, and found out that her mother was holding in her arms, and her mother was cooking something, and the stove exploded, and the child dropped on her head. She had forgot. She never knew anything about that. And so what happened? The subconscious triggered. Every time she went to the stove and she started cooking on the stove, the subconscious triggered this fear and a headache. And how was it found out? It was found out by a psychiatrist delving deep into the subconscious mind to see, what had happened when she was a little child. Something that was long ago forgotten here. Do you realize what I'm telling you? Do you realize that each one of us then, all of a sudden, is going to start to have some kind of antisocial, anti-personal behavior, and we're going to say, I don't know what's the matter, people, what the heck's the matter with this person? Nobody's going to remember, nobody's going to be known that seed which had burrowed itself deep into the subconscious. Yes, sir?
Yeah, so many times.
Can you stand up, please?
So many times the psychiatrists have said, act out your anger, the anger that you have locked inside, that you're suppressing. And this is what rapists do. They act it out. They're sociopaths is what they call them. And they have anger that's held there inside. And all their lives, a lot of people hold that anger. But that's a carnal type of anger they're asking you to release. It's not into the subconscious that Bill's talking about. That's all I have to say.
Okay. The point that he's making, I think, and I hope he's making, is no matter what you act out will only change for the moment. There has got to be deep, metaphysical, spiritual, Christ type of, Buddha type of work to reprogram this. We've got to go with Jesus and take that key, and this stuff has got to get out of here, and the only way you can get that out of there is by opening the door up here and allowing that which is the higher divine mind to start pushing that and pushing that out until finally it's gone. It won't work any other. There's no other way to do it. Because no matter how much even counseling you get, as long as that door is locked, all of that stuff is staying in there. And that's the problem. See? Many people fail constantly. Maybe you're one of them. Everything you try to do, nothing works. Poverty's always at the door. And what's programmed? The code buried deep in your subconscious from your parents, from your school, from your teacher,